Welcome to AI Creation, the first comprehensive course in a series of masterclasses on learning AI. In this course, we're going to dive into several topics to help you jumpstart your way into understanding and using generative AI by first learning the fundamentals of artificial intelligence, language models, and prompting. Then we'll dive into text generation to learn to ideate, create, and summarize text data. And after, we'll use image generation to make art or photography, and then we'll use audio generation, create sound effects, or generate human-like speech with AI. And from there, we'll learn about video generation, where you can get started with your own AI-generated video. And of course, let's not forget about code generation, where we'll learn to write code and build faster. And once we've covered all of that, we'll then break down what it means to use AI responsibly and look ahead into the future of AI as a whole. By the end of this course, you should be confident enough to use generative AI to create just about anything. And so, get ready as we set sail into this boundless sea of opportunity and learn to navigate this wave of AI together. Let's start at the very beginning. Well, you'll explore what AI actually is. We'll begin by unraveling some core concepts on AI, like understanding what machine learning and deep learning is. Then we'll speak on AI in the real world and how it's being applied. Then we'll take a look back into the past to understand the history of this great technology. And closing things off, we'll come back to the present and see why AI matters so much today. And so, with all of that in mind, let's not waste any more time and jump into the wonderful world of AI. So before we jump into it, let's first try to understand and explain what artificial intelligence really is. Simply put, AI is a simulation of human intelligence into machines. So just like how your brain helps solve problems, recognize faces, understand language, computers have essentially been taught on how to do these things as well. And broadly speaking, you can look at AI in two distinct categories: narrow AI, also called weak AI, and general AI, which is called strong AI. Narrow AI is designed to perform a specific task or set of tasks without really possessing any general intelligence, and this is the type of AI that we use today. General AI, on the other hand, refers to a system, if developed, and most likely will be developed, could understand, learn, and apply the knowledge in a way that is indistinguishable from human intelligence. So how does AI exactly work? Well, behind the scenes, it really boils down to data and patterns. AI learns from massive amounts of data sets that it's fed, and it recognizes different patterns based off of all of this data to then make decisions. But for many decades up to this point, it was really just seen as you feed it instructions and it gives an output off of that instructions. But since the explosion of big data, which was largely contributed to the internet, and better computational capacity, this accelerated AI's ability to do more with the data than just follow instructions. It introduced the current systems of modern AI we see today. And AI today can roughly be defined in three key layers. The first being machine learning. This is a subset of AI that allows machines to learn from data, identify patterns, and then make predictions off of that data. It does this using many statistical models. Now you see this in platforms like Amazon or Netflix, where the analysis of purchase history can recommend what to buy next. And this is one of the reasons why those two companies became the modern titans today. Then you go a little bit deeper and you have a subset of machine learning called deep learning, hence the name. This uses neural networks designed to work like the human brain. Now I go a little bit deeper with neural networks in the next section. But what's essential to know here is that much like our brain, you have many layers to analyze data in a complex manner. It's particularly effective at processing unstructured data types like images, sounds, and text. And so this really serves as the basis of dealing with tasks related to image recognition and natural language. You see this applied in things like modern facial recognition, among many other use cases. Now, going one layer deeper from that, you then have a subset of deep learning called deep reinforcement learning. And this is when a machine learns by interacting with an environment, making decisions off of feedback. Instead of just learning from a dataset, deep reinforcement learning is about learning by trial and error. This is common for gameplay or autonomous driving, where the AI must make a series of decisions in a dynamic environment. Now that we've covered the foundational concepts of machine learning, deep learning, and deep reinforcement learning, it's important to explore how these techniques are applied to solve complex real-world problems. Now, if you remember, I mentioned that deep learning is heavily involved when it comes to image recognition and natural language processing. One of the most exciting areas where deep learning has made significant strides is in computer vision. Computer vision involves teaching machines to interpret and understand the visual world, aka images, videos. Its applications include object detection, facial recognition, and autonomous driving. And then there is natural language processing. NLP is the field of AI concerned with enabling machines to understand, interpret, and generate human language, such as text or speech. Common applications include language translation, chatbots, and sentiment analysis, and is highly popular and used in the current AI assistants that you see, such as ChatGPT, Claude, and more. So AI has been really popular in mainstream media in the last 3 to 4 years, and perhaps even the last 10 years. But in reality, AI has actually been around for decades. Just to give you a quick little overview, in the 1940s, we had a paper called A Logical Calculus of Ideas Imminent in Nervous Activity come out, which really laid the groundwork for AI research, where it spoke about neural networks. And in the 1950s, you had other papers coming out, some of which we're mentioning the Turing test, which is a test designed to assess whether a machine can exhibit behavior or not. And you even had the term artificial intelligence officially coined at the Dartmouth conference. And then in the 1960s, you had the first real chatbot come out called Eliza. And then in the 1970s, you had one of the first books on artificial intelligence being published, with also one of the first expert systems coming out around that time, which is essential because this is just sort of an early form of AI which helped with decision making. But while that was all good and exciting, it is also when the first AI winter came about, which is we saw a massive drop in AI research funding. Then as we entered the 1980s, interest into AI rose up again as you had XCon, one of the first successful expert learning systems being funded. This was super exciting because it actually had real-world application. Then in the 1990s, you saw the first web crawlers, World Wide Web Wanderer, being developed, serving as the foundation for modern search engines, as well as IBM's Deep Blue being released, which is the first computer chess-playing system to beat an actual human world chess champion. Then in the 2000s, you saw autonomous devices begin to pop up commercially, from smart toys to the first autonomous vacuum, Roomba. You also saw this time where recommendation systems, as I talked about earlier, began to bring AI into marketing with a new generation of systems being made. Then in 2010s, you had AlexNet, an image recognition program serving as one of the biggest breakthroughs for computer vision and deep learning. Then you also had Google DeepMind's AlphaGo, defeating the world champion of Go, Lee Sedol. Then you had Google Duplex being announced, serving as an extension to Google Assistant, mimicking human voice. Then we come to today in the 2020s, where we have GPT-3 being introduced by OpenAI, as well as ChatGPT being released to the public at 2022. And then now, today, we have hundreds, if not thousands of AI tools available for just about anyone. We have OpenAI's O1 model coming out with its enhanced reasoning, and generative AI has gone absolutely viral, going completely multimodal with users being able to create text, images, audio, video, and more. Speaking about AI today, AI permeates every sector of economy and society, from healthcare, with AI being able to diagnose diseases and detect cancers, to even drug discovery. And then there's also finance, where AI systems are able to monitor transactions in real time, logistics, where AI helps with supply chain management, optimizing delivery routes and predicting inventory demand, manufacturing, where AI systems can analyze data from sensors to predict failures before they occur, retail, where AI is personalizing the shopping experience and improving customer experience via chatbots, and even entertainment, where AI is being used to create scripts and even generate movies. As you can see, AI is everywhere. And as such, it's important to know as much as you can to stay ahead. We are living in a time where AI will run everything. Just as a modern computer triggered the need for computer literacy, and then the internet triggered the need for digital literacy, now we're going to enter the age of AI, where AI literacy will be absolutely vital to not only survive, but thrive. So with all this understanding of what AI really is, we come to the modern era, where we dive deeper into exploring this new Wild West of AI, generative AI. All this development in AI has brought us to this point in time right now where we are generative. In this section, we'll first understand what generative AI or GenAI actually is, and we'll take a peek into the engine that runs the machine, understanding more about the generative models that make GenAI generative. And from there, you'll look at just how impactful GenAI has become in the current day, and why right now, as I speak, is the time to dive into this goldmine. So with that being said, it's time to explore the core of generative AI. So there's been all this talk about generative AI coming in the last few years. But you might be wondering, what exactly is generative AI? And how does this differ from traditional AI? Well, to begin, generative AI involves models designed to generate new data based on the patterns they've learned from existing data. Whether it's text, images, music, video, generative AI is all about creation. This is slightly different from how traditional AI operates, where it focuses on recognizing patterns and making decisions based on that existing data. You can kind of think of it like a calculator. It follows predefined rules and gives you a result. Generative AI, on the other hand, doesn't just analyze the data. It creates new content and has a higher level reason. GenAI can generate realistic images, write stories, or even compose music. Instead of just identifying patterns, it learns those patterns and then creates something new from them. So in short, traditional AI is about following the rules and making predictions, while generative AI is about creating something entirely new. They're both part of the AI family, but the goals and how they operate are quite different. Now, at the core of many generative AI models are these things called artificial neural networks. These were inspired by how the brain processes information, modeled after our own biological neural networks. To break it down simply, you see an image of a cat, for example. That image signal is then processed and transmitted via neurons, and when enough neuron signals are fired together, our synapses, or the connection between each neuron, is then strengthened. From there, our brain learns and adapts to define said image as a cat. While not exactly identical, the artificial neural networks works in relatively the same way, where you feed it an input image, it breaks the image down, sends them through this neural network, and thus comes to identify what said image is. Now that is a simplified explanation of what's really going on, but you can kind of see that at the end of the day, artificial neural networks in AI were modeled after the way our own brain works. The main difference is that with artificial neural networks, they work with numbers and data, while the brain deals with a lot more complex emotions, memories, and different sensories. And when it comes to neural networks, one major class of them is convolutional neural networks, or CNNs. CNNs are primarily used when the data is visual, like images. They excel at recognizing patterns and features in images, such as the edges or the textures and shapes. So in generative models, CNNs help in generating high-quality images by learning important features in the input images. Convolutional neural networks are often part of generative models like generative adversarial networks or GANs, but we'll talk about that a little bit down later. As I mentioned earlier, convolutional neural networks are useful for tasks involving visual data, such as image recognition, object detection, image classification. And then there's another class of neural networks that process sequential data, or data where order matters. And these are called recurrent neural networks, or RNNs. RNNs are useful for generating sequences like text or music because they can remember what has come before in the sequence and use that memory to inform the next step in whatever it's going to generate. RNNs are widely used in early generative models for tasks like text generation or music composition, where the model needs to generate one word or note at a time while keeping track of the entire sequence. Now, one key word to remember about RNNs is that they were used in early models. Many modern models like GPT and DALL-E are specifically built using transformer architectures, but I'll talk about that in the next videos. When it comes to generative models, there are four main architectures to be familiar with: generative adversarial networks, or GANs, as I mentioned earlier, variational autoencoders, or VAEs, transformer-based models, and diffusion models. Each of these have its own strengths and applications, but we'll take a closer look at them moving forward. So let's start with GANs, or generative adversarial networks. These are one of the most powerful tools in image generation. It was introduced by Ian Goodfellow and his team, and GANs consist of two neural networks, the generator and the discriminator. You can think of the generator as a sort of artist. It tries to create images that look real, while the discriminator, it acts more like a critic, trying to distinguish between what is real and generated. Over time, the generator gets better at fooling the discriminator, resulting in higher realistic images. Now, GANs are widely used for image generation, photo enhancement, style transfer, and even creating realistic videos or video game environments. Next, we have VAEs, or variational autoencoders. These were introduced by Diederik Kingma and his team, and unlike GANs, VAEs take a more probabilistic approach to generating data. So VAEs take the input like an image, and then they compress it in a very simplified version, which is called a latent space, which is like a compact summary of the data. Each point in this space represents a possible variation of the input. So by picking points from this space, the VAE can create new data that looks similar to the original, but with slight tweaked differences. This ultimately allows the VAE to generate new similar images or other kinds of data based on what it has learned from the input. Now, VAEs are also used for image generation. They can also be used for data compression, denoising, and even anomaly detection. And then we come to transformer-based models, like those behind OpenAI's GPT, as I mentioned earlier. These models are transforming how we process language. Now, transformer models are really good at processing language because of something called the self-attention mechanism. So what this does is allow the model to look at all the words in the sentence at the same time and then figure out which words are most important to each other. And then lastly, we have diffusion models. These models are gaining a lot of attention for their ability to generate extremely high-quality images. And they do this by progressively adding and removing noise from data. So in simple terms, diffusion models start with random noise, and it gradually transforms this noise into a more coherent image based on different patterns that it's learned from the data. This step-by-step process leads to the stunning visuals that you can see from a lot of these image or video generators. So unsurprisingly, diffusion models are now being used to create the realistic images and videos that you see all over social media or online. So bringing it all together, all of these models play their part in generative AI, but if I had to simplify the differences between the two, or between the four actually, I would probably say that GANs is really great for producing images, but it can suffer from what's known as mode collapse, which is when the model is failing to generate a full diversity of data. And then when it comes to VAEs, they're excellent for generating diverse data, but it tends to produce a lot blurrier images. And when it comes to transformers, they're really great for text generation, and they're really versatile when it comes to handling sequential data. And when it comes to diffusion models, they're probably the best when it comes to producing very superior image quality, but they're computationally very expensive and heavy. Now, although we're seeing a lot of news about generative AI now, the foundation of AI, including generative AI, can be dated back many decades earlier. But speaking on today, this is where generative AI has become so exciting because our computational power is much more advanced than many decades back. In fact, generative AI, the market value in itself, the share of the total AI market has risen drastically over just a few years. Just to give some perspective, in 2020 alone, generative AI market size was about $5.6 billion. Yet by 2030, only 10 years later, it's expected that generative AI market size will reach about $206 billion. That's about a 36 times increase. Now, generative AI is more than creating content effectively. It's about transforming the way our economy functions as a whole. When looking at how generative AI can be applied to solve different problems in business, it's estimated to potentially add about 2.6 trillion to 4.4 trillion in economic benefits annually. Now, currently, a majority of the value that generative AI is delivering is seen in four main areas: customer operations, marketing and sales, software engineering, and R&D. But in due time, banking, high-tech, and life sciences are expected to see the largest impacts from the implementation of GenAI. And this is becoming more evident from the fact that GenAI is being used for things like drug discovery. And besides just these economic benefits, we're also seeing a huge productivity boost from GenAI. Generative AI can automate activities that currently take up to 60 to 70% of employees' time. And this can potentially accelerate workforce transformation and labor productivity growth. Almost half of work activities could be automated by 2030, and work automation could potentially add 0.5 to 3.5 percentage points to productivity growth. And while those numbers may not seem that big, take note that a small percentage increase in productivity growth, like 0.5 to 3.5, can lead to large gains when compounded over time. So to give this a little bit more perspective, even a 0.5 increase percentage could translate to billions of dollars in additional GDP for large economies. So for example, if a country's economy grows at 2% annually and suddenly productivity growth adds another 1 percentage point, the overall growth rate rises to 3%, which means more wealth, higher incomes, and potentially lower unemployment over time. What this all means is that currently we are living in a generative AI goldmine. In fact, according to a McKinsey report, despite all this talk about GenAI, only 60% of leaders and professionals rarely or almost never use generative AI. And even about 80% of people are either sometimes, rarely, or almost never using generative AI at all. Even when leaders consider whether they should use it, 75% of them believe that they should often or sometimes use it. So this means that currently right now is your time to learn this technology and then apply it to your business or daily workflow, and you'll be that much far off compared to the average professional. So now with generative AI at front and center, you might be wondering, is it just text generation that is so popular? Like, what's so special about that? And well, no. Right now, generative AI encompasses a full spectrum of modes. In other words, we've gone completely multimodal. The way I like to see it is that generative AI kind of exists in 5 key buckets: text generation, image generation, audio generation, video generation, and code generation. And as in each of these buckets, you have a plethora of tools and tricks to go about generating things in the right way to make your life and work easier. While understanding what AI is great, how do you actually go about generating the right way? This is where prompting comes in. In this section, we'll look beneath the hood of what makes a prompt work and learn about language models. Then we'll expand that understanding further into LLMs or large language models. And it's only once you understand how all of this works will it be easier for you to grasp your head around prompting and the principles of prompt design itself. Then we'll close things off by going through a list of key prompt types that can be used to prompt anywhere for anything. But before I have to say the word prompt another time, let's jump straight into it. So a language model is a statistical and computational system that enables computers to process, understand, and generate human language by learning from the patterns of large amounts of text data. You can broadly see there being two types of language models: statistical language models and neural language models. When it comes to statistical language models, they predict the next word or sequence of words based on the probabilities from patterns found in large amounts of text data. These models help to generate text by calculating the likelihood of different word combinations. And when it comes to these models, there are two key foundational models that you should be aware of, which are n-gram models and Markov models. N-gram models predict the next word in a sentence by looking at a fixed number of previous words to guess what comes next, and Markov models predict the next step in a sequence based on the assumption that the future depends only on a limited number of states. The second type of language model that we talked about is the neural language models. These models use artificial neural networks to learn more deeper, complex patterns and relationships in the data than statistical models. They capture more complex relationships in data, making them highly effective for many natural language processing tasks. There are plenty of types of different neural language models. For example, you have the feed-forward neural networks, or FNNs, which are the earliest types of neural models that take a fixed size, for example, a few words, and then it predicts the next word. You then also have the recurrent neural networks, or RNNs, which are designed to recognize patterns in sequences of data, allowing information to be retained across different points in time. And then you have long short-term memory type of models, or LSTMs. And you can see these as more of like a specialized form of RNNs that are capable of learning long-range dependencies in sequential data. Now, if you expand the amount of data sets that you feed a language model, you then get large language models, or LLMs. These are an advanced type of neural language models trained on extensive data from the internet and other data sets like books and documents. And these models have billions to even trillions of parameters, enabling them to capture a vast array of knowledge and linguistic nuance. Within large language models, you have these things called transformers, or transformer models, which are really good at processing language because of something called the self-attention mechanism. This allows the model to look at all the words in a sentence at the same time and figure out which words are most important to each other. For example, in the sentence, the cat sat on the mat because it was tired. The self-attention mechanism helps the model understand that it refers to the cat and not the mat. Now, transformer models look at all words in a sentence simultaneously, allowing them to understand context much better than earlier models. And this makes them perfect for tasks like translation and text generation and overall language understanding. In fact, the transformer model is so powerful that they form the foundation of many generative AI models you see today. Now, while OpenAI's GPT is the most widely known LLM as of now, there are actually quite a lot of different LLMs currently out there. You have BERT, T5, XLNet, Lambda, Lectrica, Palm, and Gemini, all created by Google. Then you have Megatron LM by NVIDIA, Llama by Facebook Meta, you have Ernie by Baidu, and Anthropic's LLM Claude. Now keep in mind, as much as LLMs have definitely brought about great change to the modern AI era, one key thing to remember is that LLMs are not perfect. For one, they have hallucinations. And this is when an LLM does not truly understand the content. It just simply recognizes the patterns, and so their responses actually lack any deep comprehension and sometimes can be factually incorrect. And then there's a problem of adaptability and applicability. Getting LLMs to adapt to a specialized niche area without fine-tuning it can be quite challenging, and this makes them limited in applicability in diverse settings. And of course, there's the problem of generalization. LLMs can overfit to the patterns seen during training, which means that this can lead to less reliable performance of tasks and result in generalization. You also have biases in the data. The performance of LLMs are heavily dependent on the size and quality of the trained data that you feed it. And collecting and curating data is well done by humans. So as such, humans have biases. Biases can then seep into the AI model itself. And then resource intensiveness is also a big problem with LLMs. Training LLMs requires significant amount of computational resource, and it makes it difficult for small organizations to compete with large ones, which leads to this whole centralization of power in AI. And finally, you have the maintenance problem. Keeping LLMs up to date with new information and changing context requires ongoing effort, as their knowledge is essentially frozen at the point of their last training. So unless the company is training it very regularly, it's inevitable that the LLM output may be a little bit outdated in terms of its results. Now, over the years, there are 3 methods used to customize and tailor large language models to be used for specific use cases and tasks. These often include fine-tuning, prompt tuning, and prompt engineering. Fine-tuning is where you retrain a pre-trained language model on a specific smaller dataset to adapt it for a particular task or domain. This is particularly useful for very domain-specific applications of the AI, whether it be for medical or legal language processing. And then there's prompt tuning, which is when you optimize a small set of parameters, adjusting how a model responds to input prompts for a given task. And then finally, you have prompt engineering, where you craft and refine input prompts to guide a language model's output, using the model's existing capabilities without requiring additional training. With fine-tuning and prompt tuning, you usually have to do additional training separately. Now, up to 2020, fine-tuning was the primary method used. And while this is great for task specialization, as I noted earlier, the downsides of this is that it's very resource intensive, can be quite slow, and it requires continuous maintenance. Prompt tuning, on the other hand, is a more lightweight method of adapting LLMs to a specific task, and is a lot more flexible and efficient than fine-tuning. However, it has a lot of dependency on the prompts that you feed it initially, and is not as effective for very domain-specific complex tasks. And so prompt engineering, which is the more modern method these days, is quite fast and flexible. It's quite easy to execute as it focuses on the prompt designed by the user without any additional training required. And for the most part, it is more of a general purpose application. So think of it as having the power to speak to AI effectively. Now, speaking on prompt engineering, this works off of this idea of in-context learning, which is the ability for LLMs to learn and adapt to tasks based on examples, aka the context provided. So in-context learning is central to modern prompt engineering. It allows a model to perform specific tasks by simply being given examples or instructions directly in the prompt from the user, without any additional parameter updates. And unlike traditional AI models that require extensive training on labeled data, in-context learning leverages the model's pre-existing knowledge that you've already fed it. Then with prompt engineering, you also have this ability to do multimodal prompting. And this is the use of prompts that interact with multiple types of modalities, aka mediums, like text, images, video, code, etc. So this allows the AI models to work across different mediums, as I noted earlier, and this greatly enhances the versatility and potential of the AI system. But no matter the modality, in the end, clarity, specificity, and context are always key to achieving high-quality outputs. So then, with all this talk about prompting, what actually is the best way to go about writing prompts effectively? Well, for one, you should become familiar with the general anatomy of a prompt. The prompt should have context. This is when you give the AI some background information, providing greater context on the task. Then you feed it some instruction, which is telling the AI what you want it to do, defining the task to be done, and then you can feed it some role, getting the AI to assume a specific persona that can help clarify the response. You can then also adjust on the formatting, which provides the AI some sort of framework or structure in which it should respond. And if you want to add to this formatting, you have constraints, which is defining the parameter within which the AI should operate. It's essentially tailoring the output a little bit further. And lastly, you have the example, which lets the AI know a sample of an output that you expect to receive. Now keep in mind, none of these things need to be in this specific order, and you can just rearrange them depending on how you want. But for the most part, I tend to usually keep to this order and maybe switch around the context and the instruction. Now, beyond just knowing the general structure of a prompt, it's also worth noting some key principles when it comes to designing a prompt to help enhance the model's performance. For one, you should try to know your model. Test various prompt styles and observe the quality of the response. Spend time interacting with the model that you're working with, whether it be GPT, Gemini, or whatever. Then clarify and specify. The prompt should be clear and specific, leaving little room for assumptions or misinterpretation. Keep in mind, this AI does not know everything about you, so try to be as clear and specific as possible. And then give relevant context as well. Help the model generate more accurate, appropriate responses by giving it some background information about what you're trying to achieve. And then don't overload. Now, while it's important to provide enough information to the prompt, prompts should be concise. Don't try to overload a prompt with unnecessary information or fluff. Just get straight to the point. And of course, learn to refine. Prompt designing is an iterative process. What this means is that initial prompts will need to be refined based on the response and output you get. Try tweaking the wording, adding or removing context, adjusting the specificity that you provided. Sometimes it takes more than one time to get the response that you want. And finally, use examples. Include examples or templates in the prompt to guide the model more effectively, especially the more complex or creative the desired output is. If you don't have an example, you can always ask the AI for an example and then copy-paste that and refine your prompt. So now that you know the general anatomy of a prompt, some basic principles of prompt design, let's try to understand the different types of prompts that you should be wary of. First, you have the zero-shot prompt. This is the most basic type of prompt, and it enables the model to perform tasks without any prior examples. It really just relies primarily on the pre-trained data that you fed it. So think of shot in this case, meaning example, so zero example prompt. Now, an example of a zero-shot prompt could look like something like, summarize the key benefits of regular exercise. And then you have the one-shot prompt, which is providing a single example to guide the model. And this is super useful for demonstrating a task or just providing more context for the AI to understand what kind of output it should give. An example of this could be, or using the earlier example, summarize the key benefits of regular exercise. An example, regular exercise can improve cardiovascular health, enhance mood, and boost energy levels. Then you also have prompts like the few-shot prompt, which is just adding 2 or 3 examples, or the multi-shot prompt, which is adding about 4 to 5 examples. But just skipping that, we can go to the n-shot prompt, which is essentially providing a specific number of examples, in this case the letter n, to precisely tailor the model's response to a task. So in the examples noted earlier, you can write, summarize the key benefits of regular exercise with n examples, and then indicate n equals 5. So then the output will give you 5 specific examples. Then you have the chain of thought prompt, which breaks down problem solving into sequential steps similarly to that of a chain. So it's useful for complex analytical or mathematical tasks. An example prompt here could be something like, solve the following math problem step by step. A farmer has 45 apples and decides to distribute them equally among his 9 friends. How many apples does each friend get? Then you have something called the tree of thought prompt, which guides problem solving or decision making by encouraging the AI to explore multiple possible branches of thought. So an example here could be explore and analyze the potential impacts of introducing autonomous vehicles into urban areas across different aspects: safety improvements, economic impacts, environmental effects, social changes. And then you have something called prompt chaining, which is different from chain of thought. So this is where you list a series of related prompts to guide the model through complex reasoning or multi-step tasks. And so you can write an example like, I want to understand more about plants. Break down the responses in the following steps. And then you provide some steps. List common types of indoor plants. Which of these plants thrive in low light conditions? Among these, which require minimal care? So you notice that these different questions are individual prompts in themselves, and I've just listed them out like a list. So I'm sort of like a chain connecting all of these individual prompts together in a single prompt. And then you have something called the generated knowledge prompt, which essentially encourages the model to draw on information or knowledge that it has been pre-trained on. And this is super useful for creating novel content. So for an example here, it could be something like, based on the current trends and advancements in technology, predict how society will function with augmented reality being integrated everywhere. And so here, I didn't give it any additional context. I'm just really drawing off of its existing pre-trained data. And then you have something called the least to most prompt, which gradually urges the AI model to increase detail or complexity of its output. And it's useful for teaching concepts at varying different levels of depth. So an example here could be something like, explain the concept of blockchain in a progression from the most basic explanation suitable for a young child to a more comprehensive explanation aimed at a university student. And then you have something called the self-consistency prompt, which aims for consistency in its response across different forms of the question. And this is super useful for verifying information reliability. So an example here could be something like, explain the process of photosynthesis, then explain it as if teaching a 10-year-old, and finally summarize the concept in one sentence. So by asking it to do these multiple things many times, you're actually sort of testing it, see whether or not it's actually giving you the correct response. Then you have the complexity-based prompt, which adjusts the response complexity based on the task's perceived difficulty or depth. So you can write something like, explain the concept of quantum entanglement, and adjust your explanation for A, and then you fill in the complexity level, where 1 is for a young child and 10 is for a college biology major. So in this case, you can fill in the complexity level here that's bracketed with the number 1 or the number 10. And then you have the maieutic prompt, which uses questioning to stimulate critical thinking and self-reflection within the model. And this mimics the Socratic method itself. So an example prompt here could be something like, why do you think your current approach to solving this problem might not be working, and what could be a different way to view it? And then you have something called the directional stimulus prompt, which guides the model to think in a very specific direction. And this is super useful for ideation or creative problem solve. So an example prompt here could be something like, imagine a city in 2050 that is fully sustainable. What innovative technologies and systems have been implemented to achieve sustainability? So think about this as you're sort of directing the model to think in a specific way. Then there is the positive negative prompt. And this is essentially just weighing out the pros and cons of a given issue. And it's useful for balanced analysis or decision making. So an example prompt here could be something like, discuss the positive and negative impacts of social media on teenagers. And then it will really just focus on the positives and negatives, nothing else. And then you have the interactive context-aware prompt, which is a bit of a mouthful, but is essentially a type of prompt that adapts the responses based on the interaction that you've had with it already, or some context that you give it. So it feels like a more personalized way to approach the LLM. So an example here could be something like, I'm planning a trip to Italy. What are some must-visit places? Also, I love art. Any recommendations? So I've given it some initial context to better understand what kind of output it should give. And then you have the MCQ prompt, or the multiple choice question prompt. And this is essentially providing multiple different options to the model to choose from. And this can be super useful for when you're testing yourself or you want to narrow down with the options that you have. So an example here could be something like, what is the best marketing strategy for the summertime for a beverage product? A, influencer marketing campaign, B, live event campaign, C, user-generated content campaign, or D, an online AMA. Explain your reasoning. Beyond prompt types, there are also specific structures or general templates you can familiarize yourself with when crafting a prompt. These prompt patterns help in shaping the AI's responses, making them a bit more accurate and relevant. And we'll start off with some basic prompt patterns. And keep in mind, I have bolded these examples for key trigger words you should pay attention to when writing out these prompt patterns. So we begin with the completion pattern. And this prompts ChatGPT to complete a sentence or idea that was started, and is a super useful pattern to use when you want to complete the sentence or text and continue from a starting point. It's often used to expand an idea or get some creative input. So an example prompt here could be, complete the following sentence. In a world where technology can translate thoughts into speech, one young inventor discovers that ... And so you see the result here. You can see it complete the following sentence, and then that trigger word, and then I write whatever there is, and then I always need to end it off with a ... Next is the comparison pattern. And the comparison pattern prompts ChatGPT or any LLM to compare and contrast two or more items, concepts, or ideas. And it's super useful for understanding the differences and similarities between two or more subjects. So an example prompt here could be, compare and contrast solar power and wind power as renewable energy sources. So as you see the result here, trigger word is compare and contrast, and the results were given here, given all the comparisons of different points of each solar power and wind power. The next on the list is the instructional pattern. And this is just the type of pattern that prompts the LLM to provide a step-by-step instruction on how to do something. So an example prompt here could be, write out clear instructions on how to build a computer. And so you see the example here. The trigger words, write out clear instructions, and then it gives you this whole list of things you'll need, as well as a step-by-step way on how to go about building. Then next on the list is the Q&A pattern. And this is essentially when you prompt the LLM to answer whatever question you ask it. So the objective here is to get direct answers or explanations to specific questions. So an example prompt here could be, answer the following question. What is artificial intelligence? So the result here, you see a trigger word, answer the following questions, and then I put in just another question, and the answer you can see. Then next is the opinion and argument pattern. And so this prompts the LLM to express an opinion or argue for or against a particular viewpoint. So the whole objective here is to generate text that reflects a specific perspective, opinion, or stance on a topic. So an example prompt here could be, what are the arguments for or against the use of nuclear energy? You see the result here. The trigger words are arguments for and against. And so that's going to start giving you all of the arguments for, and then it's going to give you all the arguments against it as well. Then you have the scenario pattern. So this is essentially triggering the LLM to explore a hypothetical scenario provided and respond to that. And the whole point of this is to explore possible outcomes, make predictions, and it's super useful for when you're doing scenario planning for a given campaign or wanting to just sort of speculate in the future. So an example prompt here could be, imagine a scenario where a city is full of flying cars. What are the potential benefits and challenges? So you see the result here, trigger word being imagine a scenario at the very beginning, and then it gives all of the different potential benefits as well as challenges of this hypothetical scenario. Then is the command pattern. And this is just a simple pattern to help command the LLM to take some sort of action. And so an example prompt here could be, execute the following command, write a poem about the experience of floating in the ocean. And so you see the result here, and execute the following command is what I put at the very beginning. So to give the LLM some idea, this is what I need you to do. And it does whatever you input it. And so once you have those basic prompt patterns in mind, you can take this a little bit further by now moving forward with some enhanced prompt patterns. And so these enhanced prompt patterns were introduced by Vanderbilt University's Jules White. So what this is a paper that specifically lays out different prompt patterns that will get ChatGPT to do a little bit more. We start off with the meta language creation pattern. And so this is just a fancy way to say creating references that you'll be able to look back on later. So this is really important especially when you're having a long conversation with ChatGPT. And so it comes super useful. I use it quite frequently, where you give a specific response a short code, and then later on in the conversation, instead of having to scroll all the way back up to that conversation, you just have to reference your short code. So an example prompt here could be, remember the shorthand for the rest of the conversation: APL equals apple, DNA equals banana, GRP equals grapes. And so you see the result here, and it's now going to remember these shortcodes that APL stands for apple, DNA stands for banana, and GRP stands for grapes. And then now moving forward, I can write something like, write a story about a woman walking to the grocery store and buying fruits, and it's going to use these references, these shortcodes in the future. And now this is a very simple version of the meta language creation pattern being used, but you can also use the meta language creation pattern in just all of your conversations. So what I tend to do is anytime I get a very long result of whether it's a campaign plan or some sort of draft for an article or some research, I give it a short code so that later on, if I need to reference that output, I can always just say, keep in mind, and then I just give the short code. And that way it'll allow ChatGPT to know, okay, I should be referencing this specific output that I gave it earlier. And then next is the persona pattern. And so the persona pattern is pretty self-explanatory. This one is just giving a specific role to ChatGPT so that it knows to take that role moving forward and can give a more customized, more personalized output based around that role. And so an example prompt here could be, assume the persona of the programmer and tell me all the methods I can develop an app faster. And so you see the result here, assume the persona is the trigger word, and you see that now it's going to act like a programmer and give some suggestions on how to go about developing this app. Then next is a prompt pattern called the recipe pattern, which prompts ChatGPT to provide a step-by-step guide, but almost in the form of a recipe. So this is great for customizing your outputs, and it's one step further than just a typical instructional pattern, because instead of just giving clear step-by-step instructions, now you're framing it like a recipe. So it might give you additional things you might need in order to achieve this in step-by-step guide. An example prompt here could be, give me a recipe for developing a simple mobile app that tracks daily water intake. And so you see the result here, and now you see it does give me the step-by-step instructions like a typical instructional pattern might give, but on top of that, it gave me some ingredients. In this case, the ingredients would be the tools and technologies that are required to make this happen. And so this makes the whole flow a little bit more digestible, almost like a recipe for a meal. And then next is the template pattern. And so the template pattern is essentially getting ChatGPT to construct some sort of template that you may need in the future. And so an example prompt here could be, create an email template for requesting feedback on a project with placeholders for the project name and specific questions. And then in this case, you can also provide the template yourself and make any prompts following that. So you see the result here, and then this is the template that I was receiving, and then there's some placeholders where I could just fill out. And so all I could do here is just copy and paste the template, and then just fill out all the variables that I need that are more relevant to me. Then next is the fact checklist pattern. And this prompts ChatGPT to verify a list of claims or statements that you may have received from an output, or perhaps you just have created on your own. And so an example prompt here could be, fact check all of the following points provided about the moon landing. And you give it, the moon is larger than the Earth, the moon has quakes too, and there is water on the moon. You see the result here. I get a result. I gave it a list of things to fact check, and now it's going to go through them one by one. So my recommendation when using the fact checklist pattern is to really give a list of things for it to check so that it can go through each one by one instead of just trying to overload it with too much information as a paragraph. Then next is the reflection pattern, and this prompts ChatGPT to reflect on specific arguments or opinions made for a deeper understanding of that topic, right? So this is really great for identifying errors and is useful if you want to encourage better accuracy of your responses. So an example prompt here could be reflect on the response provided and give detailed reasoning behind the response. And so you see here the result or the trigger word being reflect on the response. And this is based off of the response I got earlier. And now it's going to give me a breakdown of its reasoning behind why the moon is larger than, why it told me that the moon is larger than the earth is false, right? And it's going to give me a deeper reasoning behind that. So if you remember the earlier example I showed here, it just told me false, and then it just gave an explanation to it, but now it's going to expand upon that because it's reflected on its reasoning behind its response. And then next is the question refinement pattern. And this is where you prompt ChatGPT to essentially refine or rephrase a question that you give it. And this can really be useful for when you're trying to learn a specific subject because, as the saying goes, your answers are only as good as the questions you ask it. So knowing how to ask the right question is a very important skill. And so instead of trying to brainstorm on how to ask the right question, you can just ask ChatGPT to refine the question for you. So an example prompt here could be, how can I refine the question? What is crypto to make it more understandable for the average person not in the industry? So what it's going to do is, as you see the result here, is going to give you a couple of more alternative questions, like to be able to paste this into the LLM itself. So you can see there's some options, and what I can do is just copy this and then paste that question into the LLM, whether it's ChatGPT or any other platform, and then you might get a clear response. Then next is the alternative approaches pattern. And this prompts ChatGPT to suggest different methods or perspectives for explaining or solving a problem. And an example prompt here could be, tell me alternative approaches to reduce stress besides meditation and exercise. And so you see the result here. I had the trigger word being alternative approaches. And so now it's just giving me some different approaches that don't involve meditation and exercise, like journaling, time management, creative outlets, and such. So they've just given me quite a lot actually here. And then the next prompt pattern is cognitive verifier pattern. And so this just prompts ChatGPT to check the logical consistency of the response to ensure that it's truthfulness, but also coherency. So this might be super useful if you want to verify a given statement. So that's why it's called the cognitive verifier pattern. And so an example prompt here could be, verify the logic behind the statement. All swans are white based on current biological classifications. And so you see the output here, statement all swans are white is false based on the current thing, and it gives contradictory evidence. And it's just really trying to ensure that you get the right response, as well as making sure that whatever output you get from the AI, you can double check it. So this is quite similar to the fact check list pattern, but it's just the fact check list pattern is more specific to a list that you provided, while the cognitive verify pattern is just more so trying to verify the logic behind things. Then you have the flipped interaction pattern. And the flipped interaction pattern essentially prompts ChatGPT to switch the role so the AI will then give you questions. And this will help when you're learning a subject to really test your knowledge, but also it's super useful for when you want to see gaps in your planning. Because sometimes when we're so involved in our planning ourselves, we don't realize that we may have missed a few things. So an example prompt here could be, after I provide an overview of my project, ask me questions to help refine my project goals. And so you see here, the trigger word here is ask me questions. And then I've also pasted a couple of some text to give the AI some context. And now based off of the context that it knows, it's going to ask me a couple of questions. So when you're doing this, I do recommend, if you do have like a project plan already in place, upload the project plan as a PDF file, and then you can ask this prompt. Remember, you need to give the AI some context about whatever your project is. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to ask the right questions to you. And so now looking at these questions, I can then think to myself, okay, did I cover everything here? Am I really well prepared? And then next is the gameplay pattern. And this is essentially prompting ChatGPT to design outputs in the form of a game with different rules and objectives. And this is really a great way to interact with the AI, especially if you're an educator or if you are a learner. And this can gamify the whole experience. An example prompt here could be, create a trivia game about space exploration, including questions, correct answers, and a brief explanation for each answer to help me learn. And so you see the result here. Now the trigger word is create a trivia game. And now it's going to start asking me different questions about the topic of space exploration. And if I were an educator, I could use it as material. If I'm just a learner, it's just going to test my knowledge. Okay, so you've covered all the fundamentals, but now what? Well, now it's time to begin with the most common form of generative AI, text generation. We'll first start off, as we always do, introducing the idea of text generation and explaining what it actually is. Then we'll look at one of the top text generators out there, ChatGPT, and see what it's all about, and move into learning about how you can explore and build your own custom GPTs. But before we dive further, we'll also learn a list of key prompt patterns that will be super useful to using ChatGPT itself. And then you'll learn the many ways in which you can use ChatGPT to do almost everything. So with that being said, let's get started with text generation. So what exactly is text generation? Simply put, it's the use of AI models to produce text. This can range from essays, reports, paragraphs, and even code. Think about it like this. You give the AI a few instructions, kind of like telling a GPS where you want to go. The AI then uses its existing LLM knowledge to create the most befitting text for your request. Modern text generation uses deep learning and natural language processing, or NLP, to understand context, meaning, and nuance. It uses large language models to do all of this. The process it usually takes is that it collects large amounts of data sets on text, whether that be books, documents, and anything else. Then the model is trained on this data set to learn the patterns, structures, and rules of language. Then using models like deep learning architectures like transformers, the model predicts the next word in a single sentence by considering the context of the preceding words. And once trained and ready, you input a prompt or instruction, and like that, the AI model does what it can to predict the next word or sentence based on the instructions. Now take note, the AI isn't just pulling random words from thin air. It is predicting what would come after the prompt based on the millions of data points it's learned from. Think of it like a chef who is trained on thousands of recipes. As they learn each recipe over time, and if you ask it to cook dish A, he or she inherently knows what ingredients are required to mix together to create that dish. So then why is text generation so important and significant? Well, like most AI, it saves us tons of time. It helps with content creation, copywriting, social media posts, email responses, creative writing, language translation, and so much more. The main point here is whatever use case it is, using text generators can help you get there significantly faster. So then with all these use cases then, since the advent of ChatGPT, there have been plenty of companies that have risen up since, offering their own services to generate text via AI. While a lot of them leverage OpenAI's GPT API anyway, there are still some that have their own unique LLM powering their system, with some being Gemini, Claude, Redsonic, Jasper, Copy.ai, and many more. Now, as of making this course, the global AI text generator market size was valued to reach about $2.2 billion by 2032. And so this gives you just some idea of just how great this market is. And so now that you know what text generator is and what it can do, it's time to get started with actually learning to get your hands dirty and start prompting. So for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to just be covering one of the most popular LLMs out there, which is ChatGPT. Developed by OpenAI, ChatGPT uses a groundbreaking AI LLM known as Generative Pre-trained Transformer Technology, or GPT. First released in 2022, ChatGPT opened the floodgates, serving as one of the major milestones in AI text generation. And what sets ChatGPT apart is not just the scale of its LLM, but also the additional layers of training and tuning specifically designed to optimize its performance in conversational contexts. Currently, as I record this course, ChatGPT runs off of GPT-4o model, the fourth iteration of OpenAI's GPT model. Its capabilities are boundless with high performance and accuracy for multiple languages, allowing visual input and output, human-level professional performance, reading and arithmetic performance, common sense reasoning, and code generation output. Now, speaking of complex tasks, since September 2024, OpenAI released a new family of AI models that they're currently labeling as O1. This new line of AI models are worth mentioning because they aren't a replacement to GPT-4, but instead are more refined in complex reasoning and problem solving for areas in science, math, and engineering, something that other tools like Claude were better known to do. So just to give you an example, the O1 model achieved an 83% score on an International Mathematics Olympiad exam versus GPT-4o's 13%. As of October 2024, ChatGPT released their announcement for Canvas. So this is just a new way to interact with the ChatGPT platform when it comes to writing and coding projects. And it goes beyond just a simple chat interface that you had, where before it was very just linear scroll, and you have this scroll through mountains of text. What they're essentially trying to do here is to improve the interface and user experience so that you can spend less time prompting itself and just spend more time interacting with the platform as if it's a web app. So just to give you an example, you can select it, you can select Canvas at the top. It's only been released since a few weeks ago, but as of right now, Canvas is only in beta. So once it's out of beta, then it will be offered to free users. But for paid users, this is where we can get access to the Canvas. So let me just show you how it looks like. So if I click this window, then it can show, you'll see on the left side, you'll have the actual direct chat. And then on the right, you have the content in itself. Now, it isn't just an aesthetic difference. But if you look at the bottom right corner here, you'll notice a couple of actions you can take. So you see here, I can suggest edits and then click that, and immediately it's going to scan through and give me some areas and where I can improve the content. And you can do this by putting in existing content and seeing it, getting it to scan through, or some new content in itself. You even have the options to edit or explain it directly on specific areas, right? You can prompt something like, explain this paragraph in a more simple manner. And it gives you this explanation. So let's say if you copy and paste over long documents into ChatGPT, now you can just get it to be explained directly from the interface. And this is the same thing when it comes to programming, where if you have a program code right here, then you have different options that you can take, whether it's adding comments, adding logs, fixing bugs, porting to a new language, or doing code reviews. So if I were to just do code review here, I can review the code, and then it gives me a couple of comments here on what it's found and things that I can fix up upon. So I can apply this directly, and it'll go about doing so. See, it's just changing up the code now. And so this is just another improvement that ChatGPT has made, and we can continue to see more improvements along the way. So before we get started with prompting with ChatGPT, remember these key points and tips on prompting. Be clear and specific, incorporate examples, guide the LLM with tone and style specifications, follow up with questions, iterate and refine, and split complex tasks into steps when need be. One year since the release of ChatGPT, OpenAI released the ability for users to create their own customized GPT. GPTs, or CustomGPTs as they're more commonly known, are versions of ChatGPT tailored for specific tasks or purposes created by companies or individuals much like yourself. The reason why we're covering this is because we want to help you learn how to leverage many of these custom GPTs. If you want to get started with GPTs, just sign up at chatgpt.com, you log in, you pay for a ChatGPT Plus or Teen plan, and then at the top left corner, you can then explore GPTs and be welcomed to hundreds of different GPTs created by people or companies to get started. So in just a few months since the release of GPTs, OpenAI saw over 3 million custom GPTs being created. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that all of those GPTs on the store are super useful, and a lot of these could actually be garbage. But the numbers are just there to show that there has been an immense amount of people leveraging GPTs to customized use cases, specifically for them. Today, you have access to countless customized GPTs, each for a specific need. Whether you're a business looking to streamline something or an individual seeking greater productivity, GPTs are a great way to do more with ChatGPT. So if you want to get started with creating your own custom GPT, you can do so by just going to the top right of your ChatGPT and then just hitting create. For the most part, as of recording this video, creating your own custom GPT is only accessible for people that have ChatGPT Plus or Teams. So if it is grayed out, it's most likely because you have not paid for a Plus account. But if you have, well then once you hit create, then you'll be welcome to this screen. And on the right, you'll see the preview, which is where you can play around with and test your custom GPT that you're creating. On the left is where you're going to be doing most of the configurations and settings. So there's two ways to go about creating it. Create tab right here, you just talk with ChatGPT directly. It's going to be asking you questions like, what would you like to create? What do you want your icon to look like? What is the behavior? What is the tone? And you just answer it accordingly. While configure is more so, just as the name implies, adjusting and creating the ChatGPT on your own. So you can go about creating it in both ways, but what I recommend is for create custom GPT is more for people who don't really know specifically what they want to create yet and just sort of want to explore. While configure, if you do have something in mind, then you can just directly type in everything that you know that you want, and it's a little bit more customizable in that sense. Now, take note, just because you create with create doesn't mean it's not customizable. You can always go back and edit your GPT, but it's just I like to differentiate the two. So just going with configure, you can start off by selecting your icon. You can either get DALL-E to create it, or you can upload your own. So in this case, I have something of my own. I just put something like here, and for the name, it's pretty self-explanatory. So let's say I want to create a sort of coach that helps people learn about UI UX design. So I can say something like Design Lifeline. I want to name it something sweet and simple like that. Description, your guide to design, right? So keep in mind, this description is a way to describe what your custom GPT does. Don't try to make it too fancy, because if you do want to publicize your custom GPT to the GPT store, it needs to be something that is straightforward for people to understand. This is exactly what I need this GPT for. All right. If you want to go start with the instructions is all about what kind of tone do you want it to take? What kind of format of the responses do you want? What is the key thing that this GPT is doing, right? So in this case, I can try to talk about it saying this GPT should help designers and people looking to get into design with tips on design thinking, design systems, and everything related to becoming a better UX UI designer, right? Provide all responses in bullet point form and maintain a professional tone. You don't really need to specify what kind of tone it is, but let's say if you're creating a custom GPT for your organization, obviously you do want it to sound a bit more professional, so then you can kind of adjust it here. If you don't want to, you can leave it out as well. You can also specify things by saying, don't assume that all users are beginners in UX UI design. Something like that, if depending on what kind of custom GPT you're creating. When it comes to conversation starters, these are just small pills that you can help improve the user experience. So when somebody comes into your custom GPT at first, these pills will be the very starting navigating points, right? So something like use DALL-E to generate a UI mockup for mobile apps. or a mobile app, something like that. So just so people can, at the very beginning, they can click that and it will already take an action, right? You can say something like explain the principles of Gestalt, explain the Gestalt principles in design. And then you can also say explain design thinking, the key concepts of design, something like that, right? So this just gives you an idea of what you can kind of do from the very get-go, or what your users can do from the very get-go, instead of just to get the conversation rolling, right? And you can put as many as you want. The next point here is knowledge. So knowledge, think about knowledge as the data sets or the data that you're going to feed your custom GPT to make it as custom as possible. Now, of course, if you don't fill this in, the custom GPT will take liberties to just rely on OpenAI's LLM dataset. But if you do add some documents here, it will give a little bit more context to this custom GPT. So since I'm creating a sort of coaching guide for design, I prepared a couple of files. So I downloaded this file on public documents online. So this is all about design thinking processes. And then this one's all about a paper on the Gestalt psychology in human-centric design. So I can put that here. And then once I have these PDFs there, my custom GPT will now be able to reference these documents directly when providing responses as well. So the more you feed it, the better, and the more customized it can technically become. So if your organization has tasked you to create a custom GPT, or you want to create a custom GPT for your own brand, it would be good to feed information like any documents or information, data points about your brand or about your business or about your company that can help the custom GPT provide more personalized responses. At the bottom here is capabilities. You can turn some of these on or off. I tend to like to keep web browsing and image generation on, especially for this case because it's very design centric. And then if you wanted to do more data analysis or coding, then you can turn this on as well. But if your GPT is not really going to do anything like that, feel free to keep it off. And then of course, at the end, you have actions. The thing about these actions, and most people won't really find need for it, is if you're creating a specific GPT that is supposed to take action outside of the ChatGPT interface. So for example, there are custom GPTs out there where if you input a YouTube link, it will go through that whole YouTube video and then give a summary of that video. All right, so things like that, that creator will most likely have connected with the OpenAI API. With that API, it can then do actions such as that, right? And so companies like Canva, they most likely connect the OpenAI API together with their Canva, and that's why the Canva GPT will be able to cross-reference and pull from the Canva app itself, right? So it's really useful for those kind of things. But if for the most part, for the average user, you won't really need to have to dig into this. But if by chance you want to do so, you can always hit learn more or get help from Agents GPT, and it'll guide you on how to go about doing so. Yeah, so once you've done that and you're ready to go, feel free to play around. For example, let's say if I want to say, explain the Gestalt principles in design, I can sort of just test this out to see what it can deliver. And right now it is going there. There you go. And then it's already going to start referencing the document of the PDF file that I gave it, right? And so it's already kind of giving bullet point form based off of my instructions. And yeah, there you go, right? So once you're done with that, you just hit create, and then you can share it with, you can make it something that's only for you, or you can make it that it's accessible by other people, but as long as they have the link, or you can make it into the public GPT store and then start categorizing it into whatever category. And maybe people can get a lot of benefit and value from this. So there you have it. This is how you create your own GPT. I hope that was super useful. So let's start off with one of the key use cases of ChatGPT or other LLMs, which is ideation. So let's say you're running out of ideas, even stuck at a point where you don't know what to write about, create content on, or more. This is where LLMs like ChatGPT can help quite a lot. Keep in mind, the following prompts are just examples. They're not set in stone. You can add more information or change it up, but I've bolded a couple of areas where you can replace whatever is more relevant for you. So let's get started. First is content topic ideas. You can use ChatGPT to generate creative, engaging blog post ideas to captivate your target audience. For example, as a content marketer for a tech company, generate 10 blog post ideas focused on AI advancements and business applications with a mix of education, how-to, and trend-based topics. So you can see here, it has created a couple of different topic ideas, distributing them across educational topics, how-to guides, and trend-based topics. You can also use ChatGPT for headline ideas. You can brainstorm compelling headlines that grab attention and are potentially great for boosting clicks. So an example here could be, as a copywriter, provide 10 attention-grabbing headline ideas for a blog post about benefits of intermittent fasting, targeting health-conscious millennials. And so you can see the results here. There's plenty of suggestions that are provided. Next is marketing campaigns. You can use ChatGPT to get some ideas for comprehensive targeted marketing campaigns and structure them out initially to have a great starting point. So an example prompt here could be, as a marketing strategist for a fitness brand, outline a creative marketing campaign focused on promoting an eco-friendly yoga mat to environmentally conscious consumers, including key messaging and channels to use. So you see here, there are some suggestions on what the campaign name could be, the objective, some key messaging, what target audiences you can go. And so this really serves as a great skeleton to start brainstorming on different campaign ideas. You can even use ChatGPT for problem-solving solutions. So you can explore creative solutions for business or personal challenges. An example prompt here could be something like, as a business consultant, suggest 3 actionable solutions for reducing employee burnout, considering the limited budget to hire new people and being part of a fast-paced tech startup. And so you see here, there are the suggestion number 1. So we implement a focused time policy. What would the impact be? How to go about executing it? Suggestion number 2, and then suggestion number 3. You can also use ChatGPT for writing and creating. And so we start off with long-form content. And with long-form content, you can craft detailed and in-depth article drafts in a matter of minutes. So an example prompt here could be, as a content marketer, generate a 1,000-word blog post on sustainable travel trends, targeting millennial travelers and including data on eco-friendly destinations and expert posts from travel bloggers. And so you see here, it's even gone as far as giving some research, and then it starts creating some drafts for long-form content. You can write engaging social media posts optimized for various platforms. So an example prompt here could be, as a social media manager, create free engaging social media posts for Instagram to talk about a new skincare line with a fun and informative tone aimed at young women aged 18 to 30. And so you see here, this is posts that are geared towards Instagram. So they have including a lot of emojis. Formatting is for Instagram as well. Keep it short. It even gives you suggestions on some reels that you can do, the captions you can put, or some story polls and giveaways. You can also use ChatGPT for content calendar planning. So structure your content strategy for upcoming months. An example prompt here could be, as a content strategist, generate a monthly content calendar for a fitness brand, including social media post ideas, and key dates. And so you see here, for that prompt, I get week 1, what will the blog posts be, what are the social media posts that we can put, as well as some key dates to remember as well. And then you get week 2, and then same thing, and it goes through this week by week. You can also use ChatGPT for designing seamless email sequences to nurture leads and clients. So an example prompt here could be something like, as a email marketer, create a 5-step automated email sequence for a new software product designed to nurture leads and drive conversions. And so you see the result here. They have different steps. It gives the different email flow. So step 1, what should you do? What type of content that should be there? The subject line, the CTA. And of course, if you give more context, the better results it can give you. Step 3, step 4, and this can help you. You can then transfer this idea over to other platforms like Figma or Miro to visualize this step-by-step process. And then speaking on email, you can also do follow-up emails, where you can automate personalized follow-up emails to maintain engagement. Super useful for sales. So an example prompt here could be, as a sales manager, write a follow-up email to a potential client who showed interest in our premium coaching services, aiming to close the deal. So you see the result here. Let's take a step. You can fill in the client's name. And here is and this is the same thing as I said earlier. If you give more context about your business and the products you have, ChatGPT can fill out the details in a lot more precise way. ChatGPT can also be used for writing SEO meta descriptions. So generate keyword optimized descriptions to improve your search engine visibility. So an example prompt here could be something like, as a SEO specialist, write an SEO optimized meta description for a blog post about remote work productivity tips that includes the keyword remote productivity and stays within the 160 character limit. So you see here's an example prompt, and it just gives you a quick little example. It can also be very useful for writing ad copy. So you can write persuasive copy that converts clicks into sales. So an example prompt here could be something like, as a copywriter, create a compelling ad copy for a new running shoe targeting athletes on Facebook. Make the tone sound exciting and motivational. And so you see the example here, and you have a couple of ad copy that you can use, and you can even ask it to create multiple ad copies so you can do a lot of A/B testing. And you can also use ChatGPT for creating slogans and taglines. Create catchy slogans to boost your brand recognition. So an example prompt here could be something like, as a brand strategist, generate 5 catchy slogans or taglines for a fitness app focusing on personalized fitness plans. So you see here as a result, here are 5 catchy slogans for a fitness brand, and you keep moving forward. ChatGPT can also be very useful for e-commerce brands, where you can write compelling product descriptions that highlight key features and benefits. So an example prompt here could be something like, as an e-commerce manager, write an engaging product description for a noise-canceling headset, highlighting then you insert some of its features. And then you see here, as an example, product description, silent noise, and give some products. And once again, you add more context about the features and the product, then the better job it will do. You can also use LLMs and ChatGPT to write sales pitches and proposals. So get it to draft persuasive pitches or proposals that will help you win a business. So an example here could be, as a business development manager, draft a persuasive sales pitch for our cloud-based project management software to be presented to a large construction company. So you see the output here, and there's a sales-based project, and then here's the opening statement. Here's some pain points that you can consider. Here, what are the solutions that are going to be taken in mind? And then you can use these. Here's how the company will benefit, and you can use this structure to then transfer this over into a presentation app. You can also use ChatGPT for chatbot and support responses to create clear and helpful responses for customer support. So an example prompt here could be something like, as a customer service manager, generate 5 chatbot responses to common customer inquiries about our premium subscription service, focusing on pricing, features, and cancellation options. So you see the output here. here are 5 chatbot responses. Here's like the inquiry, what's a common inquiry, how the chatbot should respond, what's another inquiry, how the chatbot should respond, and so on and so on. And this can be as many responses as you wish. You can also use ChatGPT for project documentation to craft comprehensive brand guidelines to maintain a consistent messaging. So an example prompt here could be, as a project manager, generate comprehensive project documentation for your website redesign project, including objectives, milestones, and deliverables. And so you see an example here. I've given it some objectives and milestones and deliverables, and then it'll then start creating a project documentation. What are the scopes of the work, the deliverables, and keep in mind, all of this can be customized according to what you want to get. Here are the roles and responsibilities, risks management. Then taking it a little bit more creative, you can get ChatGPT to even generate creative, expressive poems on various themes or styles. So an example prompt here could be something like, as a poet, create a poem about the fleeting nature of time, focusing on nostalgia and longing using a free verse style. And so an example here could be something like this, where you see echoes of passing moments and you see some poems. Now, I wouldn't recommend just copying and pasting this. If you do want to make this something of your own, you can just leverage this as some supporting ideas or help or inspiration to get you started. Beyond poems, you can also use ChatGPT for writing song lyrics in different genres or emotions, from pop to ballads. So an example prompt here could be something like, as a songwriter, write lyrics for a pop song about heartbreak, including a memorable chorus and verses with emotional depth. And so you can see the output here, Lost Without You, a pop song heartbreak theme, gives you all the verses, chorus. And as I said earlier for the poetry, I wouldn't use this completely because it's not really your original work. I would probably use this as just more of an inspiration starting point. And then you can add your own flair to it. So when it comes to doing creative storytelling with ChatGPT, some of the things that you can do is get it to write creative prompts for you, right? So just as a starting point. So you can use ChatGPT to spark your creativity with these unique creative writing prompts that it can provide. And start off as an example, as a creative writing coach, provide 10 unique writing prompts focused on character-driven stories for my mystery novel to help get some ideas for creative writing. You see the results here. It can show you some suggestions, some writing prompts just to help you get started with writing if you're a little bit out of ideas, or perhaps you have an idea, but you just need that extra push to get started. With some of that creative writing prompts in mind, you can either take some of that, or perhaps you've written something out, and then you can get ChatGPT to help you with the creative writing itself by giving some sort of draft. So an example prompt here could be, as a fiction writer, write a creative short story based on the theme of redemption, featuring a misunderstood hero in a post-apocalyptic setting. So you see the output here. There's some stories called Ashfall, and it starts off with a few drafts. Another one called The Stranger on the Road, just based on some of the themes you provided, A Road to Redemption, Forgiveness at Dawn, and so on. Now, beyond just creative stories for novels or whatnot, perhaps you want to transfer them over into actual film. So this is where you can use ChatGPT to write scripts for plays or movies. And an example prompt here could be, as a film scriptwriter, write a movie script about a woman trying to find a lost treasure in the Caribbean seas. Make sure to follow best practices in formatting for a script with descriptions of camera angles and movements as well. And so you see the output here. This is going to look slightly different from those creative stories because it's going to take in mind that this script will be transferred over to a storyboard. So you see the different shots that it provides you. Now, if you do have a script that you've written yourself, or perhaps you've used ChatGPT to provide you that script, you can also organize all your scripts into storyboards. by using some of the custom GPTs in the GPT store. So for example, in this case, I used one called Storyboard Artist, which you can just search up in the custom GPT store. You see here about, this is what it is. I chose this one because it has a lot of conversations that were interacted with it. It has a relatively okay score. And from the ones that I've played around with, this seems to do a good enough job. So you can start off by writing the prompt, organize the following script into a storyboard formatted in a table, name the first column by scene number, and then you insert your script. So you see the output here. I just copied and pasted from the earlier script. And then what it did was create this table, right? So remember, I noted a scene number. You can then use this as a shortcode to reference each scene when you're creating your sketches. So then with this GPT, it'll then ask you, do you want to begin sketching these shots one by one? So I say, yeah, let's begin sketching it. And you see here, now I have the first scene put out. And the reason why I listed the number of the scene is because later I can just easily say proceed with scene 2. Instead of me just saying, oh, proceed with scene int boat back day, this weird naming convention, I could just say refer to scene 2, and then it'll just create a storyboard. And then from here, you can just take these images and put it into platform like Trello, or perhaps you have your own formatting on maybe Google Docs, and just copy them, paste them over, and now you have a full-on storyboard. An added little clever trick you can do with ChatGPT, or perhaps even other LLMs, is to do something what I call reverse prompt engineer. I just copied an image from a previous storyboard, and then I paste that over, and I write an example prompt, reverse prompt engineer this image and give an example prompt that I can use for an image generator like Midjourney. And then what you see here is the results. And it will give you a prompt that gives you all of the descriptive language, all with some certain camera angles and whatnot, so that you can then copy this prompt and paste it into either DALL-E or Midjourney to create an image that looks similar to it. But of course, in terms of the creative aspects of it, it might vary. But at least it gives you a starting point on writing more descriptive prompts for image generators. Now, ChatGPT isn't only just used for ideation or creation, you can also use it for proofreading. And think of it as having your own editor by your side, being able to detect any issues you have with your work. So in these next set of videos, I'll cover some of the different ways you can use ChatGPT for proofreading. We'll start off with grammar and spell check. This is ensuring your text is free from any grammatical errors and spelling mistakes. So an example prompt here could be, as a professional content editor, check the following text for grammar and spelling errors and suggest corrections. And then you paste in whatever text you have. So you see the output here. I pasted in this little chunk of text here, and then it gives me it gives me the first revised version, and then even tells me what are the key corrections that were made. You then have punctuation and formatting. So this helps to polish your writing with proper punctuation and consistent formatting. And so an example here could be something like, as a professional content editor, review the following text for correct punctuation and consistent formatting. Bold the corrections made. And you paste in your text. So you see as the output here, I pasted in this little text here, and then it shows, okay, there's the text, and here are the corrections that were made. So remove the comma after in and what. You can also enhance readability and clarity. So this helps your text flow better for readers, and then can help for better understanding as well. So an example prompt here could be, as a professional content editor, improve the readability and clarity of this text while maintaining the original meaning, bold the corrections made. And then you paste in your text. So you see the output here, I paste in this text here, and then this is, it bolded any of the corrections that it made for better readability and gave me some suggestions on the corrections. You can also improve tone and voice style. So you can adjust how it sounds, how the text sounds to match your intended audience and purpose. So an example prompt here could be, as a professional content editor working in a digital marketing agency, adjust the tone of this text to be engaging and professional, ensuring it matches the intended target audience, potential clients in the tech industry. And then you can just paste in the text here. So you see from the output, I pasted it in this text, and then I wrote down, and then it gave me suggestions on how to go about improving this text so that the tone and voice style is fit for my overall target audience. It's also important to check content accuracy. So use ChatGPT to verify whether your text is factually correct. An example prompt here could be, as a professional fact checker, verify the accuracy of the following text and highlight in bold any errors or inconsistencies. And you paste in your text. So you see the output here. I pasted in this text, World War II, which began. And here now it's going to start fact checking and seeing what are the errors and inconsistencies, and then give me a corrected version. Another super useful thing that ChatGPT does, or other LLMs as well, is to summarize and analyze documents or even videos. So most of what you see next will require some attachments to be added to the chat itself. And I also recommend referencing the accompanying ebook for this section, as there are several custom GPTs that I link to that can be used to do the job much better than the native ChatGPT chat itself. So first we start off with PDF documents. So you can generate concise summaries of lengthy PDF files, and an example prompt here could be, summarize the key points of this PDF document, focusing on the most common themes mentioned. And then you attach your PDF. The output you see here is as so. So I attach this, and it gives me the overall summary of the key themes here. Next is articles and blogs. So you can create brief overviews of articles or blog posts, and this can help to provide a concise summary of whatever you put in. So an example prompt here could be, provide a concise summary of the main takeaways from this article/blog post, and then upload your file. So you see the output here. What I did was I downloaded the blog post itself, and then I uploaded it, and then here are the main key takeaways. I find that this method works better when you upload the file as a PDF file versus if you just choose it to analyze a site or copy and paste. Next, you have summarizing meeting transcripts. So this allows you to condense meeting notes into actionable insights. So an example prompt here could be, as a meeting organizer, summarize the action items and key discussion points from this meeting transcript. So as you see in this output, I've uploaded the transcript itself, and then it just starts giving me some information. So this is just some dummy data. You can also use ChatGPT to summarize screenshots and images itself. So extract different text from screenshots or visual content. An example prompt here could be, summarize the content shown in this screenshot or image, highlighting relevant details. So the output you see, I uploaded this image on most interested in generative AI, and there's a lot of data points that are shown in this infographic. And so I got it to summarize it in text, and it gives me this key points that I should be taking note of. You can even get ChatGPT to summarize YouTube videos and just get the overall key points from very long podcasts or YouTube videos that you want to take some notes on. Right, so while ChatGPT, the default, doesn't necessarily do a great job, you can go to the GPT store and then access either search for YouTube video summary or YouTube summary, and it'll give you a couple of lists. I chose this one called Video Summarizer, just because there's so many conversations that were had with it, as well as has a very great score. An example prompt you can start off is, provide a summary of the main points covered in this YouTube video, including any key timestamps, and then you paste in the YouTube URL. And as you see from the output, it will then give a quick summary of what was there with all the different timestamps, so you can refer back to the video later on. And this is really great for either repurposing content, taking notes, just learning in general. And then, as I spoke about earlier, you can use ChatGPT to analyze data as well. So we start off with sentiment data, and this is where you analyze customer social media sentiment in the reviews or comments you see. So an example prompt here could be, as a marketing analyst, analyze this stock sentiment data set, provide insights on what are the most common emotions people are feeling, which stock are people most interested in. And so you upload your data. So you see from this output, I have uploaded it. Don't mind if it says unable to display visualization. Sometimes ChatGPT does this, especially if it's an older conversation. And so you can see the different positive sentiments across all of the instances. So just doing this manually would take so much more work, but now I can just get ChatGPT to do most of the heavy lifting for me. Other type of data you can do is web data. So you can extract and analyze trends from web traffic or performance data. So an example prompt here could be, as a marketing analyst, analyze the following web traffic data to identify key trends and suggest actionable improvements. So you see the output here. I uploaded the data, and then it gives me overall trends from the traffic. And then so what are some improvements that I can do as well thereafter. Then you can also work with product data, where you can provide insights into different product metrics and performance. So an example prompt here could be, as a product manager, analyze this product data and highlight important metrics such as which country has most sales, which 3 products are most popular in sales, and any additional insights. And so you see the output here. I uploaded the data, and then it gives me some key insights from the product data, in this case, a supply chain data. And then so it tells me Mumbai is leading with the highest revenue. These 3 product lines, skincare, hair care, and cosmetics, are the top 3, and so many additional insights that I can take note of. Then you can look at financial data, which helps to analyze and summarize different financial statements that you will look for. So an example prompt here could be, as a financial analyst, analyze this financial report and summarize key findings on revenue, expenses, and profit margins. And then you upload your data. So you see the results here. Upload my data, and it's just giving me some key findings, total revenue, total expenses, total profit. And then it can just give you some references and give you some insights about all of this financial data that you have about your company. So a lot of this I just got from dummy data. And then of course you can work with customer data as well, which breaks down different customer feedback and behavioral data. So an example prompt here could be, as a customer success manager, analyze this customer data to identify trends in behavior, churn, and engagement. And so you upload your data and you get the following result, where it then looks at churn risk, engagements by professional, and then some deeper insights. And then lastly, you can also leverage employee data, right, where you analyze different employee survey results or performance metrics. An example prompt here could be, as a HR manager, analyze this employee survey data to identify who has worked in the company longest and suggest areas for improvement. And so I can see some of the key findings here. The employee with the longest service has been within the company for 34 years, areas for improvement. What are things that we can do as a company to improve this, and some recommendations on how to go about improving it. Now, when it comes to practicing analyzing data with ChatGPT or any other LLM, sometimes it can be a little bit hard if you don't have data to feed it. And then you don't want to be feeding it any sensitive data as well, whether it's your personal data or whether it's an organization's data. So instead, what I do recommend is going to a platform called Kaggle. This is the largest AI and ML community out there, and they have a bunch of public data sets that you can check out. You can go to data sets and see all of the different data sets that they provide. And people have cleaned these data sets as well, so it's going to be easy to analyze through them. Or if not, you can also go to data.gov, and they also have a large amount of different data sets that you can download and look through and just play around with. ChatGPT or other LLMs are also great to learn a specific concept or getting something explained to you in a very simple way. So we can use ChatGPT to explain a heavy concept to you in a very straightforward manner. So in this case, we can use the internet lingo like that of Eli 5, which stands for explain it to me like I'm 5. And this will help break down whatever concept you give it in a very easy to understand way. So an example prompt here could be, as a science educator, Eli 5 the concept of quantum entanglement in a simple and concise way for a beginner learner. And you see the output here. It gives me just a very simple explanation to what quantum entanglement may be. And if you want to take it further, you can even ask it to provide a step-by-step explanation as well. You can then also feed in another internet lingo called TLDR, where perhaps you want the explanation that is quite complex and long to be provided in a much more summarized way, right? So TLDR stands for too long didn't read. So an example prompt here could be, TLDR, the explanation of quantum entanglement, provide in bullet point format. So you see the output here. What I did was I gave the prompt, I uploaded the explanation earlier, and then I get an explanation. And then because I forgot to provide in bullet point format, I then added that later, and then now it just gives me that simple explanation in bullet point format. You can also use ChatGPT to really test your knowledge on specific subjects using the quiz method. So an example prompt here could be, as a history teacher, create a 10-question quiz to test knowledge on World War II for intermediate students. And so you see the output, it gives me a bunch of quizzes. If you're an educator, this will be really helpful for creating quizzes, but also if you're just trying to learn a subject yourself, this could be a great way for you to test your knowledge to see if you really understand. Now, if you're a researcher, you can also use ChatGPT for research assistance. And an example prompt here could be, as a researcher, gather relevant information or renewable energy advancements, including recent studies or reports, and summarize the key points. Provide links if possible. And so you see the output here. It's actually searched through 6 different websites, which has provided its sources. And you can double check this if it's correct. And then this can help you look and do all your research in a little bit faster way. If you are a programmer or a software developer, it can also be super useful for using ChatGPT to program specific things, or even perhaps if you're trying to learn programming to get some assistance with coding. So an example prompt here could be, as a professional programmer, provide coding assistance for debugging a Python script to fix a syntax error. And you see the output here. So at first, this takes it step by step, identify the syntax error, and then it gives you an example, and then gives you the second step. And so this is really step-by-step process to understand what's really going on. And it gives you all these explanations so that you can really understand how the code is functioning and what you're doing with the code. And of course, you can also use ChatGPT to then translate specific text as well. And especially with ChatGPT, this supports many languages. So this is where I find it to be quite useful. So an example prompt here could be, as an expert translator, translate the following text from French to English while maintaining nuance and considering cultural references. And then you paste in your text. So you see the output here. I pasted in this text from a news website. And then what it did was just give me a quick little output. While learning to generate text is one thing, what if you want to create art or photos? Most humans, after all, are visual creatures. That's where this next step into your journey comes in: image generation. We'll begin by talking about what image generation is, and then you'll then learn all about ChatGPT's image counterpart, DALL-E. And of course, before you learn to create art itself, once you have that in your head, you'll be well prepared in generating visuals far beyond anything you may have been able to do with a pen and pencil by using DALL-E. So instead of drawing out this intro any longer, let's get started with image generation. So what exactly is image generation? Image generation refers to the process of creating visual content through AI models. Whether you want to produce photographs, simple art, abstract art, or just anything in between, image generation is all about using AI to create visuals. How does it work? Leveraging deep learning, AI synthesizes visual data to create various types of images. Modern image generation is primarily driven by deep learning models like GANs or VAEs or diffusion models, which I covered in the earlier section of AI 101. These models are trained on large datasets of images, learning to understand and replicate the patterns, textures, colors, and compositions found in those images. To simplify things, you can see image generation as so. Number 1, collect large datasets of images. Number 2, deep neural network models are then trained on these datasets. Number 3, the models are adjusted to minimize error in predicting the content that will come next. And number 4, based on the type of model architecture you choose to use, the AI will generate said image differently. As noted earlier, image generation comes in many forms, from digital art creation, graphic design, advertisements, game design, character design, architectural design, interior design, and so much. With this being the case, the ecosystem has now grown so much that there are countless apps out there for use that help to generate images fantastically. Saying one is better than the other is actually quite tricky since so many of them do the job so well. The way to prompting for image generation is slightly different from text generation. With image generation, you need to understand these things known as prompt modifiers. These are keywords or phrases that you add to a base prompt to influence the style of an image. Some key things, there are 6 things to mainly take note of when it comes to prompt modifiers, and the first being subject term. This is the main subject of the image. Subject terms are crucial for guiding the model toward your desired image. You need to always ensure that you are being very specific to your subject. Number 2, style modifiers. This refers to a specific style or medium you want to emulate, whether it's a specific visual style or aesthetic. I talk about art styles and photography styles later in the course. Number 3 is image prompts. These are reference images that you can upload to the prompt, or maybe even URLs that help guide the AI model to understand how the current image generation should follow in specific style, the reference that you've provided. Number 4, repeating terms. By repeating certain terms or phrases, this can actually help strengthen the model's focus on those elements. Just make sure not to overdo it. Number 5 are quality boosters. These terms help to improve the aesthetic quality and detail of the generated image. And then last are magic terms. These terms help to introduce an element of unpredictability that actually can enhance variation of the image. These are a little bit more specific, so try to be more careful with this. DALL-E is OpenAI's image generator, currently integrated into the ChatGPT interface, making it super easy to get accustomed to. The platform is named with a nod to the famous surrealist artist Salvador Dali and the Pixar's animated robot WALL-E. Unlike its predecessors, DALL-E 3 is only accessible via ChatGPT Plus and Teams leveraging GPT-4. All you have to do is sign up for an OpenAI account, and when writing a prompt in ChatGPT, make sure to indicate that you want it to use DALL-E to generate an image. As noted, DALL-E is currently on its 3rd version at the time of recording this video. Some of its capabilities include enhanced ability to follow prompts for better alignment, improved relevance of images, improved output via enhanced diffusion decoders, improved performance, the prevention of harmful content being created, and editing capabilities that you can follow up with. While DALL-E uses the same interface of ChatGPT, prompting looks slightly different with DALL-E. While these aren't hard guidelines, some things to take into consideration are to, number 1, specify the details or style. The more specific your prompt is, the better the image quality. So include details like the settings, colors, and style that you want to use. I'll talk about the art styles and photography styles you should be familiar with later down in the course. Then learn to define your mood. Describe the mood or atmosphere you want to convey to guide the AI in setting the right tone. Also learn to be descriptive. Remember, we're working with images here, so adjectives that help in refining the image are always welcome. For example, instead of saying generate a dog, try to say generate a fluffy small brown dog. You also need to learn to frame your scene. Mention if you want a close-up, a wide shot, a bird's eye view, or a specific angle to take place. This helps in framing the scene correctly. Imagine each image as a sort of frame by frame for a video. The more you get your mindset in that, the easier it'll become to create an image that you want. Also learn to avoid overloading. While being detailed is important, you need to also learn to be concise with your words. Try not to spam your prompt with too many descriptive words. Try to keep it to about 4 to 7 words per description, because if you do end up overloading it, the AI may end up getting confused and create something entirely different than what you expect. And then finally, as I mentioned this in the text-to-text generation section, iterate continuously. Learn to speak with the AI, converse with it. Sometimes you're not going to get the image that you want on your first try, so learn to refine the prompt and try again. When you're creating images on DALL-E or any other image generator for that matter, it's worth knowing your art and photography styles. The reason for this is because as you become familiar with these terms, you can use them in your prompts to get better responses. Now take note, I'm only going to be sharing 12 different art styles and 12 different photography styles. There are a lot more you can do, and it's not limited to these few, but do a little bit more research on your own if you need be, but I'm pretty sure these ones will do enough justice for the time being. So now that you know that, let's get started. When it comes to art styles, the first we should do is realism. This focuses on lifelike details and accurate representations, as you see on the photo here. Then there's impressionism. These are represented via soft brushstrokes, light and color with less emphasis on detail. And then there's surrealism, which is painting pictures that are more dreamlike and bizarre. This kind of blends reality with fantasy. And then there's pop art, which incorporates imagery from popular culture, often using bolder colors and simple shapes. Again, there's cubism, which is defined by geometric shapes and gives a sort of fragmented perspective of things. And then there's minimalism, which emphasizes simplicity and reduction of different essential elements. And then there's abstract art, which focuses on non-representational concepts. It's represented in usually shapes and different forms. And then there's watercolor, which mimics the kind of translucent, fluid qualities of watercolor paintings. And then there's Baroque style, which focuses on dramatic, detailed art, similarly that's seen in those museums. And then there's anime, which is stylized characters with bold colors and exaggerated features, lending itself from Japanese animation. And then there's Art Deco style, which is based off of elegant, geometric, often luxurious illustrations, looking very similar to that of Great Gatsby. And then there's pixel art, which is low-resolution, blocky designs that are often used in retro video games. So now that you know about a couple of art styles, it's also worth noting some photography styles, as you can leverage DALL-E to create different photographs. Portrait is one of them, which focuses on capturing the personality and expressions of individuals in close-up shots of the faces. And then there's landscape, which emphasizes natural scenes and environments. And then you have street shots, which are candid shots capturing everyday life in public places. You have macro shots, which is an extreme close-up of small subjects like insects or flowers. And then you have fashion, which focuses on clothing and accessories and stylish, different compositions. And then you have architectural, which is capturing buildings and structures, highlighting design and detail. And you have black and white, which strips away all color to emphasize contrast and emotion. Then you have aerial shots, which are taken from above, often seeming like the shot is taken by drones. And then you have more documentary style shots, which tells a sort of story by capturing real life events. And then you have abstract shots, which focuses on patterns, shapes, and textures rather than the subject itself. Then you have still life shots, which often highlights lighting and composition and takes shots of just typical daily life. And then you have wildlife shots, which captures animals in their natural habitats and is often action-oriented. So now that you're familiar with what image generation is, it's capable of doing, as well as DALL-E, it's time to get started with actually creating with DALL-E. In the next series of videos, I will be talking about how to generate images for specific use cases using DALL-E. And much like the text generation section, take note that all prompt templates used in the example prompts can be found in the supplementary ebook to this course. So now let's get started. UI mockups. You can use DALL-E to generate high-quality user interface designs quickly and easily. An example prompt could be, as a UX designer, use DALL-E to create a modern, clean UI mockup for a mobile app focused on online shopping, tailored for e-commerce businesses, using a minimalist color palette with dark mode style. This is going to be super useful for UI UX designers or product designers or people that work in this space. And so it can help to generate mockups quickly and easily. Of course, you can't leverage them yourself, but you can get some inspiration and then transfer that idea over into Figma or whatever platform you use. Wireframes. You can also use DALL-E to create rough wireframe sketches to visualize apps or website layouts. An example prompt here could be, as a UX product designer, use DALL-E to create a wireframe layout for a fitness tracking app, emphasizing intuitive navigation, workout logging forms, and real-time user feedback. These aren't always going to be perfect, but it gives you a rough idea and sketch about what kind of wireframes to create. Yeah, I don't tend to use these directly myself, but sometimes it can be a good way to get started real quick. Photography. You can also use DALL-E to create realistic or stylized photographs based on detailed text descriptions. So an example prompt here could be, as a photographer, generate a high-quality realistic photograph of a woman reading a book in a natural park setting using soft natural light. Use a portrait camera style. So while the image here may not look perfectly real, this can probably be corrected if you try to emphasize photorealism into this. Art illustrations. Use DALL-E to also produce custom unique illustrations for digital and print media. An example prompt here could be, as a graphic artist, use DALL-E to create a digital illustration of a space traveler on a distant planet in a retro-futuristic art style. Logo design. Use DALL-E to design logos and branding materials tailored to your business needs as well. For example prompt here could be, as a brand designer, use DALL-E to create a minimalist logo for a coffee shop, incorporating a coffee cup and steam in the design. Make sure the logo contains brown and cream colors. So this is super useful for anybody that's creating their own business or brand and wants to get a quick logo up. The only downside to this is that it's not downloadable in SVG or PNG files, so you do need to make some edits. Interior design. You can also use DALL-E to visualize and experiment with different interior design layouts and decor. An example prompt here could be, as an interior designer, use DALL-E to create a layout for a modern living room, a Scandinavian decor style. Make sure to include neutral tones, wooden furniture, and cozy textiles in the design. Fashion design. Use DALL-E to also craft innovative fashion designs and clothing concepts. An example prompt here could be, as a fashion designer, use DALL-E to create a summer dress design inspired by the 1960s boho style. Make sure the clothing design features lightweight cotton fabric, floral patterns, and pastel colors. You can also use DALL-E to generate creative packaging concepts for products. So an example prompt here could be, as a packaging designer, use DALL-E to create a sleek and modern packaging design for a luxury skincare product using metallic gold accents, minimalistic fonts, and eco-friendly materials. This is going to be great for anybody who wants to package their products in a more unique way, especially if you want to try to focus on more eco-friendly methods. So you can get some ideas here. Character design. You can also use DALL-E to create detailed and imaginative character designs, whether it be for games or media. An example prompt here could be, as a character designer, use DALL-E to create a character for a fantasy role-playing game with elven features, an archer costume, and a magical staff. Keep in mind, this doesn't only have to be for game design. It can also be for creating characters or visualizing your characters from a novel you wrote, or perhaps even a story you're thinking of. DALL-E can also be used to design immersive environments for storytelling or game development. An example prompt here could be, use DALL-E to create an atmospheric environment for a fantasy forest in a dark, mysterious style. This comes super useful for any game designers or perhaps for your novel to visualize your novel or story. Besides creating with DALL-E, DALL-E 3 now has the capability for you to edit within its interface itself. So anytime an image is created, all you have to do is click on it to open up a big size here. At the top right, you can kind of see select. Here on the info tooltip, you can see a general prompt, like a general description of what the text could be. So you can reference this for later, or you can save it into your computer. Let's go with select. Once you hit select, you'll have the option to adjust the size of your brush. So this is the brush here. If I want to go a little bit left here, make it smaller. And so from that point, you just have to select what area you want to edit. So let's say I want to select this. And then immediately at the bottom, you'll notice an edit selection here. So at this point, you just type something like add a squirrel in the background. And if you press enter, it will start creating a new image based off of the edits you've done. So if you can see on the right, this is the result that I got. Add a squirrel in the background. And the following result, added a squirrel in the background. Now, take note, something that you might notice here is that the image, while it did add a squirrel in the background, it also took some liberties to add another at the background as well, and also flipped the image as well as the main subject model as a whole. So this is something that I feel DALL-E's editing capabilities hasn't perfected yet, which it takes its own liberties to sort of adjust the image. And this can be a bit frustrating, especially if you want the image to remain consistent and just want to edit a few things. So just take note when you are adding an extra editing prompt, keep it simple as possible, because if you do write more extensively, DALL-E may end up getting confused and create an entirely new image as a whole. Because even if you notice with a simple prompt like this, add a squirrel in the background, it still managed to change the entire image as a whole. By this point of the course, you should be able to create text and images. You can accomplish most things with text and images, but what about speech or sound? In this section, we'll go through audio generation, where you'll grasp an understanding of what audio generation is, then learn an audio generator tool that's quite affordable and popular called ElevenLabs, and finally dive into the tool itself, learning how to navigate the platform to generate voices, sound effects, and more. Now that's enough noise coming from my mouth. Let's get started with audio generation. So when it comes to audio generation, it refers to the use of AI models to create, modify, and enhance sound. This can include everything from generating music and sound effects to creating synthetic voices for virtual assistants. By now, unsurprisingly, though, as you know how it works, is that audio is generated by training AI models on vast databases of audio data. To teach AI to create sound, you first have to show it lots of examples of different sounds, like voices, music, and noises. AI models, which I talked about at the start of the class, such as GANs or RNNs, are often used to analyze and learn from existing audio data. The AI model looks at these examples and learns from the patterns of each sound. Once the model has learned the sound, it can start generating its own. For example, it can compose a new song by putting together notes that blend well together, based on previously learned patterns found in songs. So the more data you feed it, the better it gets at identifying what's right and what's not. Generative AI for audio has so many wide use cases thus far, whether it's composing music, creating voiceovers, generating sound effects, synthesizing speech, cloning voices, remixing music tracks, or dubbing audio content. There are so many more use cases that are out there. Audio generation was one of the first use cases of AI mimicking real-world art. Whether it's for text-to-speech or music generation, AI audio generation has grown into a huge market over the last few years. The demand is so strong that the market size for just AI voice generators is currently expected to reach about $6.4 billion by 2033. Among many of these audio generators, we will look at ElevenLabs for this course. ElevenLabs is an AI audio company focused on making content accessible in any language or voice. Their AI models produce realistic, contextually aware speech and sound across 32 different languages, tailored to users' needs. Their technology is not only used for audiobooks, news, video, and games, but it's also great for empowering people with accessibility needs as well. And so one thing that makes ElevenLabs so great and why I chose them is that they're focused on safe and responsible AI. If you want to get started with ElevenLabs, just go to the website elevenlabs.io. You can use your Gmail or work email to sign up, and then you can just get started. ElevenLabs stands at the forefront of text, speech, and AI voice generation, all for an affordable price. The AI model can understand context, adjusting its interpretation based on the style of input text that you gave it. Some of the capabilities, but not limited to, include text-to-speech, where you can convert written text into realistic speech. Then they have voice cloning features, which allows you to create custom voice clones that mimic specific voices for a more personalized approach to audio generation. And then something unique to ElevenLabs that I haven't really found in many other platforms is text-to-SFX, or text-to-sound effects. Here you can generate sound effects directly through text descriptions. And then there's also their dubbing studio, which allows you to translate and dub audio while preserving the original characteristics of the voice as well. When it comes to prompting with ElevenLabs, it's relatively straightforward, but there are a few tips you should keep in mind, as noted by ElevenLabs themselves. For example, if you want to indicate pauses in the prompt, use the syntax bracket break time equals, and then you put it in an amount of seconds, which usually is up to a maximum of 3 seconds, and then slash bracket. This helps to introduce natural pauses in the speech. Make sure to specify the amount of seconds though. And as I noted earlier, you cannot go more than 3 seconds. When it comes to writing out pronunciation, use the phoneme tag with either the IPA or CMU alphabet pronunciation. You can go on their website as shown here to then figure out what are the exact pronunciations officialized. It is important to note that this only works per word. And then you also have emotions. When it comes to conveying emotions by writing prompts or text prompts, you have to write them as if they were lines from a novel. So use dialogue tags such as he said confused or he shouted angrily. Make sure that you're very descriptive with your text as if you're writing a book. And then when it comes to pacing, similar to the emotion, you write it in a book style format, so this can help control the pacing. Especially when it comes to cloning, you use a single long sample rather than multiple smaller ones, so that you can get the speech paced at the right time. One of the very first and primary features to use for ElevenLabs is, of course, text-to-speech, and that's what it's well known for. So at the very first interface, you can get started by just typing anything you want here, and then select the voice that you want. So you have a whole selection of items here. If you want to find more, you can be led to the voice library, which we'll talk about later. But going back to speech synthesis, if you want to have a more advanced look, you can go to the advanced toggle right here, where you can then toggle between the different models that ElevenLabs offers. So some of their turbo models covers a lot more languages. The multilingual V2 model covers about 29 different voiceovers in different languages. And of course, you have your 11 English V1 model as well. So just choose between each. Each one just offers different capability of performance, of speed, of the diversity and variety of languages you can choose. But for now, for the sake of this video, I'll just go with the standard that is selected. You can also change the stability in the voice. So the stability in the voice refers to how stable the voice will come out. So the more stable it is, the better. And then the more variability it is, the more the voice, in terms of stability, will come out differently, right? When it comes to similarity, this is referring to how similar the voice will sound to the text. So as you type out the text, you want it to really take out get the emotions out of it. So if you toggle the similarity in this case, then the model is going to do its best to really maintain the text as is. And then of course there's style exaggeration. So this is how much exaggeration will go into the style of your voices. So the more exaggerated it sounds, the more exaggerated you toggle it to be, the more the voice output itself will try its best to really create a different type of style while maintaining the actual text, right? So just to give you an example here, we can write the prompt, are you sure about that? And this, take note, using things like he said confused, while this may not work for every single use case, but when you're trying to voice over, for example, a story or a script, this can be super useful. As I noted in the prompt tips section, this really helps to emote the types of things that you want to have said in the quotes, right? So if you were to just write, for example, are you sure about that? Let's look at this.
Are you sure about that?
Right? Let's say if I say, are you sure about that? He said confused, right?
Are you sure about that? He said confused.
So you can see there are slight differences in the way that the voice had actually stated that actuals, are you sure about that, right? Without the he said confused, really emphasizing the confusion, it might just ask it like a normal question, versus if you were to say, are you sure about that? He said confused, it's going to emphasize more of the confusion in the, are you sure about that, right? So this is one of the powerful things about ElevenLabs, where it can actually pick up on the different intonations based off of the types of the way that you list out the prompt. And if I want to go back into the prompt tips about talking about pauses, right? So if I say, give me 1 second, think about it, and then I do the tags. So break time equals, let's say we take a break of 2 seconds, right? Then you can say something that might come.
Sure about that? He said confused. Are you sure about that? He said confused. Give me 1 second to think about it.
Right, so you can see that there's an actual break that is taken here, and say something like, don't test me, he shouted angrily.
Are you sure about that? He said, confused. Give me 1 second to think about it. Don't test me, he shouted angrily.
So you take notice, there was that 2 second pause between give me 1 second to think about it and don't test me. And you really notice the difference in the way that the voice is in pronouncing and stating these speeches when you're describing things like a story, right? So he said confused. He really emphasized, are you sure about that? Really emphasizing the confusion and the skepticism, and then adding these break times will really help show the model, okay, I need to add breaks here. In the previous video, I talked about text-to-speech, which is specifically you put in your text and then you'll get an audio out of that. While this one is more, you can look at it, while they call it voice changer, I like to look at it as more speech-to-speech. So this is where you input a file and then you'll get an output of another audio, right? So this is really audio-to-audio type of generation. So here, for the sake of this video, uploading an audio will be a little bit boring, so let's play around with just recording. So if I were to record, I'm going to play around with ElevenLabs right now. So I can hear back, going to play around with ElevenLabs right now. So here, what we do is we can then select a voice that instead of, I don't want to use my own voice, but I want to use a different voice. Let's say I will choose George. Last section I mentioned about advanced settings, you can kind of adjust the different similarities, how exaggerated they want it to sound. And you're going to take note that whatever I said in my voice recording is actually going to be said by George now. But the exact types of ways in which it was said is going to be maintained. So let's generate the speech.
I'm going to play around with ElevenLabs right now.
So that's really cool. So everything that I mentioned or I stated, it's still maintained, but now with a different voice on top of that, an AI voice on top of that. And once again, you can choose from a whole different library of voices, which we'll talk about in the next section. So earlier we tested out a random voice, Calum, from the list that we have. And if I go back to find more voices, then here is your whole voice library. You can also access this at the left by going to voices. So here you have your My Voices. These are some of the default voices that ElevenLabs provides. You can also switch between personal voices that you've created yourself, which we'll talk about a little bit later, some community voices that you've saved, and then the default voices that are there in the platform. So going back to personal voices, if you want to add a new voice, you just hit add new voice, and there's different ways you can go about approaching this. So voice design in itself is a very stripped down version of just creating a voice based off of the data that ElevenLabs has. So if I were to click into this, I can select between whether I want it to be a male or female, whether I want it to sound a specific way, it's a young person, middle-aged, or old, and then different accents. And keep in mind, this is specifically to English right now. And then, of course, you can adjust the accent strength. So let's say if we were to go with British and we go with this text that they gave by default, I can say the British accent will be about 72%, and I generate it. Keep in mind, this does take credits.
First, we thought the PC was a calculator. Then we found out how to turn numbers into letters.
But let's say if I want the accent to be much stronger, you can try and generate this itself.
First, we thought the PC was a calculator. Then we found out how to turn numbers into letters, and we thought it was a typewriter.
See, so this is just designing your own voice, keep in mind, based off of the data that is provided in ElevenLabs. You can also have the option to do voice cloning. And so there's one tier, which is Starter Plus, where you can voice clone one voice. So you can record your own voice and then clone that. In other words, get an imitation of your voice and get an AI version of it. If you want to take it a little bit step further, you can subscribe for the Creator Plus plan, and then you can have your voice cloned very professionally. So this will probably sound a lot more crisp, sound a lot more accurate to your voice, and even pick up some of the intonations. So there's two things to take note. And of course, you can always just add a voice from the library, which I've spoken about earlier. So that's mainly playing around with voices. Going back to community voices, you can go here to library and you can take note of all the different voices other users of ElevenLabs have created or have recorded of their own. You can filter this through the different use cases that you may want. And you can also filter this from whether it's a trending voices. In other words, is it popular amongst the community? Is it popularly used? And what kind of language is this going to be in? And then if you want more advanced filters, can switch between, is it a professional voice? Is it a high quality voice? What kind of gender is it? What age is it? Right? So you can really play around it. So this is really cool, I think, because it gives you, some of these voices gives you descriptions of like what you're looking for. And what I found ElevenLabs does well with this compared to other voice generation or audio generation tools that I've used is that ElevenLabs really gives a diversity of different voices. And it's not just their default voices that are already good enough, but the community uploads their own as well. And some of these community ones are really natural sounding. This makes it a super useful tool when you want a whole option of voices to choose from that sounds super natural, right? And of course you can view the voice itself, get a little bit more information. It's the same with the default voices. You can view a little bit more information about them. How are they, labeled by? And yeah, that's the whole options of voice. Another cool feature that ElevenLabs provides is being able to create your own sound effects. So gone are the days where you need to browse through different, stock platforms, stock video, stock images, stock audio platforms, and try to download these effects yourself. You can actually create sound effects custom to your prompt, right? So the interface here is that you can write your prompt out. So here I've written out the sound of ocean waves hitting the seashore with distant chatter of people laughing and playing in the background. Or you can just try out some of the examples that they give here. While it is limited to these examples, so it's just to show you that you can play around with it. Now, before I generate this, keep in mind it does take quite a lot of credits off of your amount of credits that you have. So you need to be a little bit more careful with this, especially if you don't have that many credits. So I'm going to click settings here, and you're going to take note. You can also adjust the duration of how long this sound effects should go. So let's say 5 seconds here. And then this prompt influence refers to how much you want the sound effects to follow, the generation itself to follow what you wrote in the prompt, right? So if you put it all the way at the top, it's going to try to follow the prompt to a T. But when you're at the very beginning of it, you're going to notice it's going to be a little bit closer to more creative, meaning that the AI model of ElevenLabs will take its liberties to sort of add its own creative spice and flavor to it, right? So whether that mean adding some music in the background, or maybe it might not follow it to a T, but it might add some things that you find are pretty interesting to use, right? So we'll put this back at 5 seconds again, and let's generate. And so while we're waiting for it, this is a really cool feature that I find ElevenLabs does quite well, because the sound effects actually do sound quite realistic, and it's something almost on the same par as any of these stock audio files that you can find. So here you go, we created 4 generations, and let's listen to this. Awesome, quite good. A little bit muffled. This one was, the sound itself was a little bit muffled, but you noticed that it actually, compared to generation 1 and 2, it actually captured the distant chatter of people laughing and playing in the background. So this is great. Right, so there you go. We can choose between either or and download accordingly. Or you can just play around with it a little bit more, and you can maybe ask it to follow the prompt exactly, instead of taking any liberties or off of it. But before I continue into the next videos, I also want to give a quick little tip here. Sometimes if you are a little bit dry on ideas on how to go about creating specific sound effects, because creating sound effects is very specific to the language you use. Something that I do sometimes do is use ChatGPT. So if you see here, write 5 short descriptions for prompts to create sound effects of a jungle landscape, provide in bullet point form. And then you can get quick little options. You can even make this into 10 or 20 different options, but this gives you a couple of descriptions that you can actually just input into ElevenLabs itself, and then see what gets created out of that. In addition to generating your own sound effects, you also have the option to explore more, similar to the voice library that is offered by ElevenLabs, whether it be people that created their own voices, or also the default voices that ElevenLabs provides itself. But here you have a whole option of different sound effects that you can choose from. You can use this filter to choose, like, are they miscellaneous sounds? See here. Or are they symbols, devices, animals, perhaps? They have a whole array of options. So this is a really cool library of sound effects that you can choose from. And if you hit use prompt, you can actually see the initial prompt that was used to create that said sound effect. So this can also give you some ideas when you're generating your own prompt as well. Another useful tool that ElevenLabs does is being able to isolate your voice. So this is super useful for situations where you're recording, but you have a lot of background noise, whether it be an airplane flying by or just people speaking in the next room. You can really isolate your voice so that the AI will take out any of those excessive background noise, right? So if I want to, same way here, you can upload your own audio if you already have an existing audio file, or let's say you want to record your audio and directly from ElevenLabs, and then you want to isolate it there, right? So I have this example here, but I'll do a new example. So I'm going to speak. I am going to be testing voice isolator with ElevenLabs. So you noticed here, I just created that additional beating noise. So I want to just show you how it can isolate solely my voice and take out that extra sound that I was creating, me hitting the table. So here's the original. I am going to be testing voice isolator with ElevenLabs. And then if I were to isolate it, I am going to be testing voice isolator with. So this is an actual fantastic job that it did. Obviously with background noise that's a little bit more faint, it's going to do an even greater job. But considering the fact that I was hitting the table directly close to my mic, and it was able to separate my voice from that beating sound, this can show you just the power that ElevenLabs has in terms of isolating voices. When it comes to improving your workflow, you have some of these options here, which I'll go through in this video. First, we'll start off with Dubbing Studio. So Dubbing Studio is, just as the name implies, you can upload a file or paste a link to a file, a YouTube video, and you can get that video or audio file essentially dubbed into a different language. Now, I can't really show this here because it's going to require quite a lot of credits just for 1 minute of audio. So this takes up a lot of credits, so you'll probably need a higher plan. But as you can see here, you just essentially name your project. You detect, once you upload the language, you can detect the source language, which in this case would be English, and then the target language you want it to be dubbed in, right? You can say Hindi, for example. And keep in mind, you can actually select more than one target language, but for the simplicity of this, I just select Hindi, and then you can either upload your own file, you can paste a YouTube video or any other sources here, and then once you paste that in, you just really start creating. But keep in mind, once again, 2,000 credits just per minute of an audio, right? So that's quite a lot. Or for more advanced settings, you can then select how many speakers there are. Maybe there are 2 or 3 speakers if it's a podcast of some sort. And then you can actually narrow down the time in which you want it to log into, right? So let's say it's from the first minute to the second minute, and you have to just indicate that time period, and then it will capture only that time period and only that specific timestamp. So yeah, this is another useful feature. ElevenLabs also offers an audio native. So what this is essentially just an audio player that you can add to your blog post that then read your blog post. So instead of visitors on your website just reading through your entire blog post, you have the option to also put an audio player there so that they can just listen to your entire blog post instead of just reading through it all, right? Keep in mind, all of these features here are going to require a higher plan for ElevenLabs. So if this is something that you do need, it does come to be super useful if you have a lot of blog posts and want to improve the user experience for your visitors. But for now, at least from my side, I don't really tend to use it too much. But yeah, maybe there are people out there that will find some use to this. Video has probably become one of the most engaging mediums that modern man consumes today. I mean, take this course itself. It's a video. This is why, as pleasing as creating cool art may seem, what if you could take that further? What if you could make those images move? This is video generation. In this section, you'll learn about video generation and what it's all about. Then you'll uncover the tool of Runway, a leader in the AI video generation space, understanding how to get started and using the tool. And finally, you'll then dive into the platform, learning how to generate a video using text, images, and other video itself. This sounds like a lot of visual fun, so let's begin. So what is video generation? Well, video generation, as you know by now with the text, audio, and images, is essentially AI being able to create and enhance videos. There's no denying that video content has become one of the most engaging forms of media these days, capturing all of our attentions more effectively than text or images just alone because they're moving. So whether you're using it for marketing material or for filmmaking, AI video generation is actually becoming easier to do, and it's going to accelerate the speed in which you create videos. But how does it all work? Well, to no surprise, video generation works in the same way as the other forms, where you need to collect large sets of data about video, you train the models, and then you get moving forward. While it's still considered in its nascent stage, progress in which AI-generated video is evolving unbelievably fast. So the process of video generation can typically look like 1. AI models being trained on vast amounts of video and image data, and then 2. GANs models being used to create video frames and check the realism of the frames created, while transformers being used to structure the video content. And then finally, based off of all this image and video data that it's been trained off of, each visual frame is generated one at a time as a still image, and then the AI model pieces these frames together to create a moving sequence. So video generation leverages prompt inputs like text or images, then create what is essentially a sequential visual frame. You put enough frames together and voila, you get a fully fledged video, just like the old film days. When it comes to the use cases for video generation, like the many others, there are so many of the use cases that you can actually apply. So for example, you can do marketing and advertising, educational content, create social media videos, create real entertainment and film, do product demos, or even training and tutorials. But that's not all. There are going to be so many more use cases as this develops further. We're already beginning to see many AI-generated video content being shared across the internet. This demonstrates the growing ecosystem of AI video generators out in the market. While a lot of people currently know of Sora and maybe Runway, there are more video generators out there for different specific use cases. In fact, it was estimated that the AI video generator market size by 2033 was expected to reach $2.9 billion. So with generative AI, with text generation or image generators, there are a lot of platforms to choose from. With video generations, considering that it's still relatively new and growing, there aren't as many platforms. As of right now of recording this video, there's platforms like Runway, Kling, which is done by a Chinese company, HeyGen, and some other alternatives, but it's the scope, the ecosystem is a little bit smaller. But this also is a good thing because it means that if you can get started with learning this right now, you'll be much ahead of the game, right? So for the sake of this video, I have chosen Runway. Runway is a very popular platform. It was released since 2018. It stands as one of the forefront leaders in AI video. Now, the key models that they're using are what are called General World Models, or GWM. And these are essentially AI systems that are understanding and simulating the real world by then building internal representations of those environments. You can read a little bit more about it in their website. But these GWM models are really transforming the way we're looking at content creation and even filmmaking, because you can just do a lot more with just images and text. Combining images and text, you can create real lifelike videos that are so surprising. So I think this is definitely a tool worth noting about. If you want to get started, just go to runwayml.com and you can just go at the top and get started and sign up using your Gmail, Apple, or just general email, and you can get started generating. As of recording this video, Runway currently runs off of Gen 3 Alpha, their latest model for high fidelity video generation. Compared to the previous models, Gen 3 Alpha improved in motion, fidelity, and speed, supporting both text and image inputs to create videos. So the model is designed for a lot of rapid video generation, including a turbo version for faster processing, and it currently generates content in a default of 720p resolution with a 16:9 aspect ratio. Some of its key capabilities is that they have something called GFFX, which is generating visual effects, and this can help to transform static images into dynamic animated visuals and apply unique effects to live action footage. They also have something called a multi-motion brush, which helps to apply different motions to specific areas or subjects within a video just by brushing over it. Then they also have camera control, which allows you to adjust different camera angles and zoom levels directly from the interface. So it's as if you're directing a film. And then they also have multimodal input, which allows you to create videos using text to video, image to video, or video to video. So when you log into Runway, you're going to be welcomed to this dashboard screen where you can browse through different tools that Runway has. They have their Academy right here, and scroll down and you can discover different works created by other creators on the Runway platform. If you go to the left, you can look at your workplace settings or upgrade your plan, or even hold multiple workplaces in a single account. So then you can switch that workplace there. If you want to go, you can go to your assets. At the bottom here, you have your library where you can look at all the different assets that you've uploaded across a period of time, your favorite assets, custom elements that you've created across whether they're custom characters, custom styles, custom objects that you can use in your projects, and then of course your projects in itself. And then at the bottom left here, below that is tools, where you have access to all the different tools that Runway offers. So if you notice here, they had a bunch of thumbnails here as well, but you can also access them all here, and then filter them by just tools for video, tools for image, tools for audio, tools for 3D. And Runway will continue to be adding more along the way. And of course, if you need some help, you can always access their help center, where they have a whole plethora of documents that help you understand how to leverage Runway better. So when it comes to video generation, the way that you prompt for it is a lot different. And so when it comes to Runway specifically, take note of the following tips. For one, you want to describe your needs. Instead of general commands, be specific about elements like objects, environments, or actions within the frame to guide the model effectively. You also want to focus on one frame, so keep your prompts focused on a single visual scene. Generate one scene or visual per prompt for more accurate focused outputs. Don't try to squeeze everything into a single prompt. And then use film jargon. Using specific film or photography terms in your prompts like wide shot or close-up or panoramic view will definitely help the model create something that you need. Because keep in mind, this is video generation, so you need to be a little bit more specific. We'll go through all of the different terminologies later down in the course. And then also avoid using any negatives. So what this means is focus on what you want to include in the scene. Don't focus on what you don't. So for example, instead of saying no trees, say a wide open field. So this is going to be a little bit different from image generation, where sometimes in image generation you want to include, do not include trees, right? So that you can eliminate that. But when it comes to Runway, you actually want to avoid using this type of language. And unlike text generators, avoid conversations. Rather than writing prompts in a conversational tone or giving commands like make or add this, focus on descriptive language. Describe the visual scene that you want to see. And finally, keep in mind, you are the camera. Describe what the camera should capture visually, such as the framing, the lighting, the object placement. Avoid abstract concepts where a camera might not be able to convey or show. When it comes to the actual structure of a prompt on Runway, you can think about it as follows. Camera movement, establishing scene, and additional details. When it comes to camera movement, start off the prompt by describing the camera shot and movement that sets up the scene. As I noted earlier, more down into the course, I'm going to give you these different keywords that you can use for camera. Then the second part of the prompt should establish the scene. Describe the core scene and subject. Remember to be as visually descriptive as possible. Think about every single prompt as if you're writing a script to a movie. And then finally, add any additional details to help paint a better picture of the overall scene. So, as an example prompt, taking all of this in mind would be low angle static shot. That would be the camera movement. And then establishing the scene would be the camera is angled up at a woman wearing all orange as she stands in a tropical rainforest with colorful flora. And then adding more detail, the dramatic sky is overcast and gray. Take note, when it comes to text-only prompts, use the following basic structure that I just provided when creating the scene. However, when it comes to image plus text prompts, focus on describing movements of the subject instead of the content of the image itself. Now, when it comes to prompting with Runway, as much as following those prompt tips that I provided earlier is super important, it's also very essential to include specific types of keywords that are relevant to filmmaking, at least considering that Runway is very focused on video generation, and this will help you to achieve a closer, more accurate desired output in how you want to go about doing so. So if you aren't familiar with any of these keywords, it is going to take some time and practice to become familiar with them. But of course, I've also provided these keywords in the PDF that accompanies this course. Feel free to check it out. So you can see here based off of different categories. So if you want to change specific style or aesthetic, let's say you want a type of video that is more home video VHS style, like this is very retro, has some green to it, right? So then you can make sure to include that keyword into your prompt. There's also different camera styles. So if you want a more low angle shot, then you can, this shot is usually taken from below the subject, making it appear much larger, right? So you can then kind of include this keyword into the prompt itself, and it will take whatever video in a low angle camera shot as well, right? And then you can go into different lighting styles as well. Do you want to add some lens flare, right? So this is when the light is reflected within the lens, creating this sort of streak across the screen. And yeah, you can also choose different movement styles, movement speed, and movement types as well. So feel free to experiment with some of these keywords, and I hope it helps to generate the right desired output. Take note, most of these keywords are based off of a lot of what Runway uses or provides, but there are also many other keywords you can use to generate that ideal scene. Take note, as I mentioned in the earlier video, that keyword list is based off of what Runway really identifies, but that's not to say that you can't go above and beyond to really include extra keywords that the film industry or filmmakers may use. And so if that's the case, one other thing that you could just do is go on ChatGPT or any other AI assistant that you may be using and just ask it to provide some of those keywords for you. So here you've noticed I've asked it to give me a list of core keywords for filmmaking in terms of cinematic shots. It's given me a list of 25. Some of them will be repetitive to the ones I provided, while some may be new, right? And so from there, let's say if you want to kind of better understand what this actually looks like, then you can then use DALL-E to generate an example of said shot. So here I just wrote use DALL-E to generate an example of a close-up shot, and it generates something like this. And then something like, while a close-up shot is relatively familiar, let's say if I go, what is exactly a Dutch angle? So then I might say, use DALL-E to generate an example of a Dutch angle shot. And you'll notice this is how it's going to look, right? So this is where you can leverage whatever AI assistant you're familiar with to also give you real-life examples of what those shots may look like. As of recording this course, Runway currently runs off of Gen 3. However, there are still many features you can still leverage Gen 2 model with. But you might be asking yourself, what is the difference between the two? Well, Gen 3 is trained jointly on videos and images. This means that it's going to power a lot of the text-to-video, image-to-video, and text-to-image tools, and you'll have a lot more control over the modes through motion brush, advanced camera controls, and even director mode. And with Gen 3, you're going to be able to have refined fine-grained control, whether it's through structure or the style or the emotion. You're going to have better photorealistic humans if you are creating humans in your work. And you're going to have improved interpretation of different image styles. At the end of the day, while you can still do a lot on the Gen 2 model and a lot of the existing features sort of use both, the biggest difference in Gen 3 is its improved performance, realism, and fidelity. So what does this mean? The results are going to be a lot crisper in Gen 3. With that being said, it's time to jump into Runway. And so in the next set of videos, I'll be guiding you through using the platform. Since this course is mainly focused on video generation, I won't cover all the tools found in Runway, but mainly stick to the features related to creating and generating video. So as noted earlier, Runway is most famous for its generative video capabilities. So let's get started. You just click here, or you can click here. So let's generate video, and you'll be welcome to this interface. Now take note, this is the default model is going to be Gen 3. Of course, if you're a paid user, or if you upgrade your account, you can get Gen 3 Alpha. But you can also toggle between Gen 2, which will look slightly different. And you can just toggle between the two. Right, Gen 2 will have a little bit more different features, which I'll go into with the next videos. But for Gen 3, it's much more straightforward. So just because this is the default interface, I'll go through this real quick. So here you select your assets. You can drop a video or an image that you want to adjust. You can also, this is your prompting section. You can even check out the guide or some examples if you want. here they give you a bunch of presets that you can get started with. So for example, you want to have some dynamic motion, it'll give you the prompt for dynamic motion. If you want to do a fast zoom, it'll give you a shot for fast zoom, right? If you click this little toggle settings, and you can adjust your aspect ratio, as well as different seed numbers. Now, something to take note of when it comes to seed numbers are essential in maintaining consistency across your videos. So think of seed numbers like your visual fingerprint across your projects, right? It helps to maintain key elements, whether it's style or aesthetic. And seed numbers are like the best way to have a general cohesive look in your overall video projects. Because oftentimes if you take out an image and then you transfer that over into a video, you don't want it straying too far away from that image itself, the reference image. So this seed number comes into play. And it's something to really take note of. You can obviously adjust it, but you can also copy it and save the seed number for later. So then when you're actually modifying your videos or generating something new, you can kind of paste over the seed number so that the output will maintain its consistency and cohesiveness overall. With Generative 3 model, you are limited to these aspect ratios. And then of course, if you have an upgraded account, you can remove the watermark. If you go a little bit at the bottom here, this is where you can set the duration of the video, and then you hit generate. And on this right side is where you're going to be able to see the output. If you go all the way up at the top, you can save it in your distinct folder, see how many credits are left. And all the way to the far left is essentially the main key menus for each specific model. So as I mentioned, Gen 3 model is limited to just writing a prompt, or you can just choose from a couple of presets that are provided to you by Runway. Now, when it comes to the Gen 2 model, which you can select from the top, as I noted, you have a little bit more options. You have the standard prompt sections, looks very similar to Gen 3, and then you have what's called camera control, as well as motion brushes, which we're going to be going through later down the road into this course. Then you have cinematic mode, where you can adjust the image or text prompt to fit a specific style, a cinematic style. And this is pretty self-explanatory. They give you presets that you can just sort of choose from the get-go, or you can even create your own moving forward. But yeah, this is more for if you know what you're doing. And then of course you can adjust it to different aspect ratios. You're going to notice compared to the Gen 3 model, they have a lot more options in terms of what sort of resolution you want your video to turn out to be. Now, for this example, I've already uploaded the cover art for my GenAI Imagination course. It's a picture of since we're talking a little bit about AI storytelling, it's a image of a knight staring at a dragon. So you can, once you upload the image, whether it's from your assets or from your computer, you can choose what aspect ratio you want it to be presented in. So you want it to be in landscape. I'll move the positioning a little bit here. You can also zoom in and zoom out if you want, but I won't do that. And then you just crop it. And then you're going to return back to the main interface like so. Now here, before you move forward, you want to decide whether or not this image that you see on your screen is going to be the very starting frame of your scene or the last frame of your scene. So what this means is that if I choose this image as the starting scene, the video is going to start off with this and then transition or transform into whatever I type out here. If I make it to the last scene, then whatever I type out, it's going to transform and transition the video into this final image, right? So this is really important to think about, because depending on how you want your video to look, right? So I think keep that in mind when you are prompting. It does make a big difference into how your video is going to transform. Now, when it comes to prompting itself, just as another reminder, you can look at the bottom presets here, or you can access them in this left section as well. But you can adjust the settings, look at the fixed settings. You can even adjust the resolution here, the aspect ratio itself, but I won't have to touch any of that here. And I'm going to start writing a prompt. I would write wide angle shot. The camera zooms out from the knight's cape, showing in view the knight standing valiantly in front of a giant dragon towering over him. In the background, the glow of the surrounding fire burns brightly as the dragon's head moves closer toward the knight, coming clear into view. The dragon's eyes glow brighter. The knight's cape blows in the wind. Once again, that's the key point. So keep in mind, for me, it's a little bit easier to write in a more descriptive language because I have written a novel myself before in the past. So I'm a little bit more familiar with how to go about describing a scene, although not perfect. But if you're completely new to this, you need to remember to think like you are describing a story, a scene. It is very different from text generators or even image generators where you're just sort of instructing the AI what to do. With Runway specifically and video generators, you want to really capture the scene by telling a story. So really think about that. And once again, as I stated at the start of this, refer back to the prompt structure and prompt tips for Runway section of the course. So these are things just to take note of as you're moving forward. And so I will then choose my duration and then I will generate. And once I generate it, I will get the output on the right panel. So here's the output that I got. You can see the cape flowing in the foreground and the dragon's head ever so slightly tilting. Now, when it comes to using motion brush, you can go into you can choose your Gen 2 model. Of course, I do believe Gen 3 will begin to have motion brush as well. But for now, let's just because of the recording of this video, let's look at motion brush on Gen 2. You then upload your image from your assets or from your computer and then go to motion brush and you'll be welcome to this screen. So here at the bottom left, you can have it so that by default, it's going to have auto detect area. You can of course turn that off so then it's not going to auto detect and you would have to draw it in. But let's say I really do like the auto detect. So I select the brush if I want to erase something that was drawn out. So let's say if I draw this out and let's say I want to erase this, I can also erase this like that, right? And then you can just sort of put your cursor in specific areas and it will choose that area. Once again, if you want to have more control of this, turn off the auto detect. At the bottom here, you can choose your different settings, same settings as before, but you can also choose here what the general motion, like how strong the motion in the video should really be, right? So I would like to maybe put this at a 7 and I want to detect later. I want to detect this and go back to the settings on motion brush and hit the cape. So let's say I wanted to make the cape move forward. And this is where on the right, you can start adjusting how you want to go about doing this. Above is just different colors of brush strokes, especially if your scene has a lot of things you want to create movement in and you want to create different selections. This is a really great way to distinguish between your selections so not everything is red. And then at the bottom, you have your overall movement in terms of how you want it to go, right? Do you want it to move horizontally, vertically? When it comes to proximity, how do you want this specific thing to move closer toward the frame? And what kind of noise or ambience do you want to create when it comes to the motion in itself? So with this, we don't really need to go super complex. I just wanted to move horizontally so I can make it move horizontally to the left. And you can also have a couple of previews here. Oh, wait, this one you don't really need to preview. So let's generate this. You also have a feature called camera control, which allows you to add camera movements to your image assets just to create like a film-like experience, right? So think about it as if you're behind the camera like a director and you're using this camera control to really adjust the way the camera moves in a specific scene, right? So here at the top, you'll have a preview of what this will look like, and then you can just sort of toggle between the different features here, right? So if you're moving horizontally from left to right, then it'll move the camera sideways. If you're going to do it from vertical, let me just show you. It'll move the camera left to right. If you toggle it from vertical, it'll do the same, but just vertically. When you're panning, it's going to pan the camera, whether you want the camera to pan from left to right as well. Tilting, it's the same, but just vertically. So you're just tilting the camera. Am I tilting the camera up? Let's say I want to focus, move the camera as if it's moving closer towards the night. So then I would pan it up, moving higher. Right, so you really need to put yourself in a director's shoes in this sense. You can, of course, zoom into the scene. So as I zoom into the scene, this is what's going to happen, right? It's going to move closer and closer towards the dragon. If I zoom away from it, then it's going to move further out. But keep in mind, if your image is in a specific size or dimensions that doesn't really cover a full rectangle, then you're going to see, so it's going to seep out of what's actually shown. As you can kind of see here, the edges will bleed. And then, of course, you can make the camera roll as if having this sort of roll effect. Now, just as you can see, I'm out of credits, so I won't really show you the output here. This is just really all about controlling the camera, and is super useful if you want to create videos that are actually like a film, as if you are the director, doing different camera angles, movements, shifts throughout a given scene. Runway also has the capability to change up from video to video. Instead of just text to video or image to video, you have now video to video. For the most part, they ran off of their Gen 1 model, but recently they released their video to video feature for Gen 3 Alpha as well, as you note on this screen. And so here it's the same thing. You can upload a new video, or let's just choose what we've already created. So if I select this is the previous thing that we've created. And then on the right, this current interface right now is leveraging the original Gen 1 model, but here you have a different set of options here. So style references is essentially what kind of style that you want to transform the existing video in. So you can choose between image, presets, or write a prompt. If you do presets, you're using essentially some of Runway's existing presets that exist. But let's say if you want to just leverage an image that you want to reference, you can actually upload that image and then move that and then use that image as the reference point for how this video should transform into. Right below that, you have some of these settings, and you can click advanced if you want to go a little bit further. When it comes to structural consistency, this refers to whether or not the higher the value, essentially leading to more consistent composition. So it's usually recommended that this should stay at around anywhere from 0 to 5. You do then have style weight, which is the higher the value, leading to more of an emphasis on the style reference. So if you put the reference all the way until the maximum, then it'll really leverage the image or preset reference that you gave prior. If you put it lower, it'll still reference it, but it'll reference it a little bit less. And then of course you have seed, as we've talked about earlier. This is just as a reminder, this is just to maintain the cohesiveness and the consistency of the original video. And then you have frame consistency. And so this is essentially how you want it to be framed throughout, right? So if it's lower than the value of 1, this might actually end up leading to some sort of morphing throughout the end output. So it is recommended that you keep this anywhere from 1 to 1.25, right? And then upscaling, everyone should be familiar with this term. It's just scaling up your output. And then do you want the foreground or the background affected as well? And then if you will say compare to wipe, you can then just compare between the different input and output. All right, so let's say if I want to play around with abstract. I want to make it in more abstract form, but I only want it to apply to the background only. And I'll keep the default settings as is. And here, before moving forward, you can also check out a preview of what it might look like. Of course, keep in mind this preview will only be in the form of an image. So it just takes some time for it to load. So you can kind of see it's not really doing a completely great job in terms of ignoring the foreground. And because I only wanted it to be affecting the background only. And so this is where you can play around with how much weight that you want to actually reference the style. Let's say I put this a little bit lower in terms of the style weight. And then the frame itself, I'll just keep it as is. So if I were to generate this, then you can wait for the results. While we wait for this, I'll just show you the Gen 3 model the interface is just looking like this. And here you have a little bit more control. You can write a prompt of how you want it to transform the style to an anime style, all right, for example. Or you can just use some of the presets that they give you here, or you can, if you add like dramatic, it'll give you the actual prompt. You can also toggle the settings here. We have structural transformation as well as just giving you the general seed number, or you can go back to the presets and then choose from what they have, if you want to apply a specific preset that they have. But this is no different from the original presets that were shown in the pill view. So let's go back to seeing if the generation has been done, and let's check this out. You can also use Runway to transcribe and subtitle your videos. So if you go into the video tools and enter the transcription, you can, let's say this is a dummy video that I have, and you can just get this video, and you can then choose the language that you want to transcribe in, and you just start to generate. It's as simple as that. And then it'll take a little bit of time to then transcribe the video, and the process with subtitles works the same. So you get the transcription immediately, and you can download the SRT file to then input as subtitles. One of the coolest ways to use generative AI these days, beyond text or images, is its ability to simplify programming. With code generation, the average person can now learn to, or at least get started with, coding. In this section, you'll go through understanding what code generation is, and then additionally, we'll also go through another AI-powered tool specifically made for software development, Replit. In that exploration, you'll also learn how to use a tool to explain and build code seamlessly. It's become so easy to code, and so with just how accessible it's become with AI, it's time to get started now. So code generation refers to the process of automatically producing code from different prompt inputs. Up till now, writing code to build things was limited to select few people who had deep knowledge of programming. But now with generative AI, just about anyone can leverage machine learning models to generate code snippets, functions, and even mockups of entire apps and pages based on these simple prompts. And if they're not able to build it out completely by themselves, they can at least learn how to do so. At the heart of code generation are, of course, large language models. These models can understand the patterns and structures of various programming languages, and this not only allows them to generate the code, but also be syntactically correct and relevant for whatever use case. So the process of code generation typically involves the following steps. Number one, you begin with collecting a vast amount of textual code data through programming languages, repositories, and technical docs that are out there. And then the model is trained on this data to learn the patterns and syntax. You then input a prompt, and then the model then uses its understanding of all of the syntax and semantics and the relationships between different elements of the code to then generate a sequence of code that fulfills that request. Much like the other forms of generative AI, code generation also has a wide range of use cases. For example, you can do web development, API integrations, data analysis, machine learning modeling, code refactoring, software testing scripts, mobile app development, and so much more. As LLMs have become so much more advanced in just the last 2 years, so will the capabilities and complexity of code generators. Soon enough, we're going to be living in a world where programmers are not the only ones that can build out apps. This is such a prominent tool that the global AI code tool market size is projected to grow to about $12.6 billion just by 2028. Replit is another great tool that has really powerful AI features that can help with the whole coding process. So just to give it as a quick little introduction, Replit is essentially an AI-powered software development and deployment platform. So it's geared more towards developers. It serves as its own editor, but also has powerful AI features. And so you can do everything from deployment all the way to coding to using it as a coding partner, and then just really writing up your code much faster, right? So it's going to accelerate the process of overall software development, and it has its own code editing, collaboration, and deployment all integrated within the platform itself. So this is definitely a tool that would be super useful if you want to get started with building out software, but also additionally, you can still use it similarly to Claude if you're new to programming and just kind of want to familiarize yourself with the overall interface. All you have to do is go to replit.com. And then you can start building. You can sign up for an account immediately and just go to login or sign up for free right here. And then it's as simple as that. So whether it's AI assisted coding, so you can just write in natural language code, speaking to Replit AI chat directly, and then get some recommended code from the interface, as you see in this image here on their website. But also you can leverage their different AI coded templates that they offer as well, or even in the editor itself, you could just right click, which I'll show in the next few videos. You just right click and then generate code from there. They also have a great debugging feature that can help you debug code. And additionally, while I don't see it on the website here, let me just see if I can find it. I swear I saw it before. So this is just to demonstrate how quickly you can go from just mocking up an idea on Replit itself and then deploying it directly from the interface. But yeah, I guess they might have removed it, but there's essentially another feature that they have, which I think is quite cool, where you can get started with using templates for popular programming languages. And this allows developers to just sort of start building projects quickly. Now, once you log in, you're going to be welcome to this initial dashboard. So this is the start here is just going to help you first understand more about their Replit agent, which is a lot more powerful than their just standard Replit AI chat. But just if you look at the left, you can directly import it to your GitHub, and then you can look at the different deployments you've done, how much you've used. You can right at the bottom here, if it's also going to tell you whether or not you're close to your deployment time, reaching your deployment time, as well as just how many REPLs you have left, especially if you're on a free account, much like myself. And if you want to explore a little bit more about Replit, as I noted in the earlier video, they have templates that you can check out where you can get started with specific projects directly for different languages. So you can see right here, you can get C, you can get started with Python, and they have different templates that you can work with, whether it's websites or graphics or just AI, right? And they have this cool little feature here where it's called bounties, where you essentially can pay for a specific given service. So let's say if I pay $4,200 here, then I can get an AI integrated web app directly, right? So I think this is a really cool, interesting feature here that Replit offers. So besides just coding yourselves, if you have the money, you can just get pay for a bounty and get whatever app or website or project you're looking to start up and running. If you want to add some more extensions, you can add some extensions in relation to it. Maybe you want to add perplexity to the feature, and other additional extensions can be seen here. If you want to understand Replit in itself, they offer their whole Learn feature where you can then take courses on Replit itself and dive deeper into understanding how to use, how to do different things with Replit. And then of course they have their documentation as well. Now, something to take note is they have what's called REPLs. And essentially you can kind of just see this as distinct projects, right? And of course on the free version, they only offer a total about 3 REPLs. So if you use up all 3 REPLs, then you need to then pay for a paid version, right? So here, once again, you can go create REPLs. So think of this as a distinct project. You can also create a new Replit agent, but once again, you're going to have to upgrade your account if you really want full access to the Replit agent. And just a distinguisher of the Replit agent, as I mentioned in the first video, this is essentially an AI agent that they have within Replit in itself that can do a lot more than just a typical Replit AI chat that they have. So think of it as a little bit more powerful. It can build up full-on projects from scratch, and so that's really great. So going back to REPLs, if you create your REPLs, you can then select a specific type of programming language that you want to build your REPL off of. So let's just, for example, go with Python, right? And then it'll give you a default name. You can then create. And then once you're created in, you'll be sent to the key dashboard page where they'll give you a sort of user guide to understand where to go, right? So at first, it may look a little bit complex. This is the standard interface of a programming editor. So whether you're using Visual Studio Code or any other sort of editor that's out there, this is the standard look that you'll have. On the left, you have your files. Whether that be if you're building out an HTML and CSS or different CSS page files, HTML files, whatnot. So these are the folders and files that you can see. At the bottom here, you can take note of all the different tools that you can find and then your different code search. So just to kind of debugger, you can go back to your console, Git. So these are definitely going to be useful. And then on the left is where your primary code is going to be, and on the right you have where you can preview the code, what's going to actually look like, as well as look at your console, your shell, and then chat with the Replit AI chat directly. Above, you can run your code to see if it functions properly, and then move on forward when it comes to deploying. So that's the general interface of Replit. When it comes to using Replit and communicating with Replit AI chat, it's important to take note some of these prompt tips if you want to help improve performance and the overall output. For one, try to be specific and contextual. This is no different from any other AI assistant and some of the prompt tips mentioned in any of the AI assistants. Instead of just giving vague instructions like, create a code or program for me, you want to be specific as to what you wanted to create, right? So you could say, for example, specify a function that returns a sum of two numbers rather than just saying a function that adds two numbers together. All right, be specific. And then also indicate the language that you wanted to program on. Mentioning the exact programming language can help the AI chat generate more accurate code. Also, clarify expected output. This kind of goes back to the first point, but you should always try to describe what the code should do after. Of course, if you're not familiar with programming itself, this might be a little bit hard to do because you're trying to get the AI to do it for you. But you still, at the end of the day, want to try to give it some sort of hint in terms of what you're trying to achieve. So you could say things like, I want to write this code for me so that I can sort all the variables or all the values alphabetically, for example. Also provide concrete examples. Much like other AI assistants, the more examples you give, the more clear it knows what it should be doing. And finally, break it into steps. If you're a little bit confused on how you can go about getting it to generate something all at once, don't try to do it all at once, right? Break it into steps, provide it in chunks. Maybe it might be a good idea to sort of sort out what you want to build on a separate document, and then break that into chunks in different features and different pages, and then work from there. Don't try to feed everything into a single prompt, but break those prompts into separate prompts and then work structurally. So when it comes to generating code, you can get started by either working with the interface right here. Now, let's say you have an existing code, you just paste that over, and then you can start generating. You also have this shortcut key of Command I on Mac. You can also right-click and generate with AI directly like this. Or let's say you want to work with the Replit AI. So you can write something such as generate a Python script for a web scraper, right? So let's say something like that. You press enter, and then right at the very beginning, it's going to be able to insert all this code for you. Now, once you have this, you can either choose to rerun the code itself, or you can just, if you press right here, insert, and it'll insert it into the main primary left panel. So that's just generating code in itself. But let's say if you want to use Replit as a means to learn code faster, you can also select distinct sections. Let's say if I want to select this one, and I right click, and I want to say explain with AI. So if you say this with explain with AI within the actual interface itself, it's going to be able to generate an explanation to what each component and section of the code is. So this would really help break down the code in a very straightforward manner. Because sometimes one of the difficulties when it comes to learning how to program is you have to learn all of the syntax in itself. Say if you're trying to learn new programming languages, depending on the language, then of course you have to learn the different syntaxes altogether. So this is a really great way, I find, to learn directly while programming. And so you can just read here. Obviously, if you want to interact with this response itself, you can reply in chat, or you can just close it or retry as a whole. Keep in mind, it just shows up here as a pop-up. So this is where it's not going to actually be implemented into your code. But let's say on one other hand, you want to modify the code, right? So let's say I delete this section right here. Like I delete this right here, and I say modify with AI, right? So then maybe I can say complete the code, the following code, right? And if I start, it's going to give me some suggestions of what to complete. You can either choose to reject it or you accept it. So let's say if I accept it, then the code itself will be input directly into this. And then if you want to get an explanation of this directly off from the interface, as you saw earlier, you can just explain with AI, but you can also check out the different features here that talk about go to definition, go type in definition. So these are really other actions you can take based on the code. You just simply right click and you have a whole option of selections. If you don't want to right click, you can also just modify and explain directly with these two toggles right here. When it comes to interacting with the Replit AI chat, as I showed, it is quite powerful. Just from a simple prompt like generate a Python script for a web scraper, it already gave me a couple of lines that I can get started with, and I can extend those lines depending on what I want to do. Now, one thing that I do recommend when it comes to speaking with the AI chat is to just try to provide it as much details as possible. So even just taking the generate a Python script for a web scraper, maybe I want to be a little bit more specific, so I can say generate a Python script for a web scraper. The web scraper should do the following. And I can give it some key instructions here saying scrape all the text image data from a website, all image data into specific JPEG, PNG, SVGs. Maybe we can call this key file types. And yeah, let's say something like this, right? And see what comes out of this. And that way, you'll notice here that compared to the previous output, before it just sort of just gave me a basic code, basic lines of code. But with this, because I was a little bit more specific, it then gave me further explanations on what each specific key line of code represents, but also how I can go about using the script as well. Other things that you can do with the Replit AI chat is also, if it doesn't give you the explanation from the very beginning, as you noted in the very first example I showed you, you can also just ask it for it to explain the code directly. So you can say X what does, and then you can look at a piece of code that you find a little bit unfamiliar. For example, let's just take this, for example, and what does this, what does the line actually do within script? These elaborate on its key function and why it's important to have. And if I put this down, then it will give a further explanation about what is it that it actually does. It breaks it down, and also even gives you like an in essence. So it tries to give you an overall summary of what that piece of code that you pasted into it really does. And you even gives you some further examples as well. So this is super useful when it comes to just interacting with Replit AI chat. Once again, think of it as your coding partner, right? It's there to help you. We're here to assist you at all times. In addition to that, it's not just that this Replit AI chat exists on its own and the actual editor exists on its own. You can even go as far as trying to explain the code that's on the left here. So let's say I take something from like this one, right? And I say, explain the following code. Explain the following code from the main.py file, right? So the reason why it's a main.py file is if you can take note, that's the name of the file name. And then if I select here two files, then I want to make sure that main.py is going to be selected. If it's not selected, then it might not know where to reference it, right? So especially when you're working with a lot of different file types, then this can get a little bit confusing if you don't have the right file selected, right? And so let's say here, I press this enter, and then it's going to look at this code right here that I copied over, and then explain exactly what this is. So this is just something helpful to take note of, because as I showed in the earlier example, you can get it to explain specific code that it has put out direct from the Replit chat itself. Maybe you haven't inserted this yet. Maybe you haven't inserted one of the code into the left yet. But you can also, if you select the given file and you're referencing that given file, then you can also ask it to explain specific lines of code from that file. Another thing that you can do with the Replit AI is, similarly to different AI assistants out there, you can ask it to take on a specific role. So Python, while it is definitely a great programming language for automation, it's also a great programming language for data analysis. So you can say, act as a data analyst, create a script that helps to analyze financial data for a bank, for a fintech company, right? And then you can just type that in, and then you can start to generate a bunch of code specific to that use case, right? So if you take note, earlier I was playing around with code here that was more related to, importing beautiful soup, which is related to web scraping, right? But now that I changed up its role, act as a data analyst, so it's going to take popular things like NumPy and pandas, if you're a little bit familiar with Python, and this is really related to data analysis and numbers. So then the way that it's going to give the code is going to be completely different. So you see here, it specifically focuses on key performance indicators and gives you the different code that might be necessary for looking at KPI, as well as data visualization as well. And if you don't really know what's going on here, let's say if I say I insert this, obviously this is not going to be coherent at all. I'm just trying to show you as an example. If I'm not really sure what this means, I can just sort of explain with AI, and then it can give further explanations. So when it comes to generating code, you can get started by either working with the interface right here. Now, let's say you have an existing code, you just paste that over, and then you can start generating. You also have this shortcut key of Command I on Mac. You can also right click and generate with AI directly like this. Or let's say you want to work with the Replit AI. So you can write something such as generate a Python script for a web scraper, right? So let's say something like that. You press enter, and then right at the very beginning, it's going to be able to insert all this code for you. Now, once you have this, you can either choose to rerun the code itself, or you can just, if you press right here, insert, and it'll insert it into the main primary left panel. So that's just generating code in itself. But let's say if you want to use Replit as a means to learn code faster, you can also select distinct sections. Let's say if I want to select this one, and I right click, and I want to say explain with AI. So if you say this with explain with AI within the actual interface itself, it's going to be able to generate an explanation to what each component and section of the code is. So this would really help break down the code in a very straightforward manner. Because sometimes one of the difficulties when it comes to learning how to program is you have to learn all of the syntax in itself. Say if you're trying to learn new programming languages, depending on the language, then of course you have to learn the different syntaxes altogether. So this is a really great way, I find, to learn directly while programming. And so you can just read here. Obviously, if you want to interact with this response itself, you can reply in chat, or you can just close it or retry as a whole. Keep in mind, it just shows up here as a pop-up. So this is where it's not going to actually be implemented into your code. But let's say on one other hand, you want to modify the code, right? So let's say I delete this section right here. Like I delete this right here, and I say modify with AI, right? So then maybe I can say complete the code, the following code, right? And if I start, it's going to give me some suggestions of what to complete. You can either choose to reject it or you accept it. So let's say if I accept it, then the code itself will be input directly into this. And then if you want to get an explanation of this directly off from the interface, as you saw earlier, you can just explain with AI, but you can also check out the different features here that talk about go to definition, go type in definition. So these are really other actions you can take based on the code. You just simply right click and you have a whole option of selections. If you don't want to right click, you can also just modify and explain directly with these two toggles right here. When it comes to interacting with the Replit AI chat, as I showed, it is quite powerful. Just from a simple prompt like generate a Python script for a web scraper, it already gave me a couple of lines that I can get started with, and I can extend those lines depending on what I want to do. Now, one thing that I do recommend when it comes to speaking with the AI chat is to just try to provide it as much details as possible. So even just taking the generate a Python script for a web scraper, maybe I want to be a little bit more specific. So I can say generate a Python script for a web scraper. The web scraper should do the following. And I can give it some key instructions here saying scrape all the text image data from a website, all image data into specific JPEG, PNG, SVGs. Maybe we can call this key file types. And yeah, let's say something like this, right? And see what comes out of this. And that way, you'll notice here that compared to the previous output, before it just sort of gave me a basic code, basic lines of code. But with this, because I was a little bit more specific, it then gave me further explanations on what each specific key line of code represents, but also how I can go about using the script as well. Other things that you can do with the Replit AI chat is also, if it doesn't give you the explanation from the very beginning, as you noted in the very first example I showed you, you can also just ask it for it to explain the code directly. So you can say X what does, and then you can look at a piece of code that you find a little bit unfamiliar. For example, let's just take this, for example, and what does this, what does the line actually do within script? Please elaborate on its key function and why it's important to have. And if I put this down, then it will give a further explanation about what is it that it actually does. It breaks it down, It also even gives you like an in essence, so it tries to give you an overall summary of what that piece of code that you pasted into it really does. And you even gives you some further examples as well. So this is super useful when it comes to just interacting with Replit AI chat. Once again, think of it as your coding partner, right? It's there to help you, we're here to assist you at all times. In addition to that, it's not just that this Replit AI chat exists on its own and this the actual editor exists on its own. You can even go as far as trying to explain the code that's on the left here. So let's say I take something from like this one, right? And I say, explain the following code. Explain the following code from the main.py file, right? So the reason why it's a main.py file is if you take note, that's the name of the file name. And then if I select here 2 files, then I want to make sure that main.py is going to be selected. If it's not selected, then it might not know where to reference it, right? So especially when you're working with a lot of different file types, then this can get a little bit confusing if you don't have the right file selected, right? And so let's say here, I press this enter, and then it's going to look at this code right here that I copied over, and then explain exactly what this is. So this is just something helpful to take note of, because as I showed in the earlier example, you can get it to explain specific code that it has put out direct from the Replit chat itself. Maybe you haven't inserted this yet. Maybe you haven't inserted one of the code into the left yet. But you can also, if you select the given file and you're referencing that given file, then you can also ask it to explain specific lines of code from that file. Another thing that you can do with the Replit AI is, similarly to different AI assistants out there, you can ask it to take on a specific role. So Python, while it is definitely a great programming language for automation, it's also a great programming language for data analysis. So you can say, act as a data analyst, create a script that helps to analyze financial data for a bank, for a fintech company, right? And then you can just type that in, and then you can start to generate a bunch of code specific to that use case, right? So if you take note, earlier I was playing around with code here that was more related to, importing beautiful soup, which is related to web scraping, right? But now that I changed up its role, act as a data analyst, so it's going to take popular things like NumPy and pandas, if you're a little bit familiar with Python, and this is really related to data analysis and numbers. So then the way that it's going to give the code is going to be completely different. So you see here, it specifically focuses on key performance indicators and gives you the different code that might be necessary for looking at KPI, as well as data visualization as well. And if you don't really know what's going on here, let's say if I say I insert this, obviously this is not going to be coherent at all. I'm just trying to show you as an example. If I'm not really sure what this means, I can just sort of explain with AI, and then it can give further explanations. By now, you can see from this course, AI can do quite a lot. While everything may seem quite amazing, AI in no way is perfect. This is a key point to remember as we move forward in this age of AI, as like the internet and social media even, there are some great benefits that come from it, but there are a lot of serious issues that can and are arising. That's why in this section, I'll talk a bit about a bias in AI, using Google's Gemini as an example. I'll also talk briefly about copyright and ownership regarding AI-generated work, and then I'll speak on the rising issue of disinformation and AI content, and end off by talking about the best practices you should know for using AI. Despite all the amazing things generative AI can create, it's worth remembering that there are still several faults. This was made very clear and evident in December 2023 when Google released their highly anticipated ChatGPT competitor, Google Gemini. Since its official release, users began to realize a big problem. Gemini's results seemed to have a woke agenda. The big error here was that Gemini would create images that were simply and historically inaccurate. An example of this is what you see on the screen here, an image of Black George Washington. While it isn't necessarily too surprising to see errors or hallucinations in AI assistants like ChatGPT, the reason this mistake was widely covered was due to this glaring demonstration of bias in AI. And considering this mistake was made by one of, if not the biggest tech giant in the world, Google, this blunder was more than just a slight hiccup. Cases like this really began to shine a light on the growing and underlying problem with AI, which is the bias in data. As autonomous and fancy and shiny AI can be, at the end of the day, it relies on data. And as we know, data is cleaned and fed by humans, and humans, after all, are full of the biases. So cases like this Gemini that I'm talking about get us to ask a key question. If people have specific agendas or ideologies, how do we know that results we're getting from an AI developed by said people aren't rife with biases either? Over the last few years, we have been seeing AI-generated content becoming more commonplace on social media or even on the internet, right? So one point of discussion that frequently circulates is this issue of copyright and ownership. Remember, as I noted in each section, AI models are trained on large datasets. Image generators are trained on large datasets of images, text generators are trained on large datasets of documents and text, code generators are trained on large datasets of code, and so on and so on. So with that being said, some of these companies that are getting their data to feed their AI may actually not be collecting it with fair use or permission from the respective original creator. So a lot of this data you might be using to create amazing works of art may have actually been collected without consent from the original painter. Or perhaps you're generating some sort of text based off of a specific style of an author, but that author did not give consent to their works being used in AI. And on the topic of you creating your own AI-generated art or text, oftentimes copyright protection typically applies to works created by humans. Considering AI is still so relatively new to the public, AI-generated content continues to remain in this gray area. So if you create something, we still don't know if it really belongs to you or the company that you built that platform on. Wherever you create your AI-generated content, in the end, make sure to check with the platform's guidelines on who actually owns the rights to that created content, because it's more important now than ever before to really make sure to read the terms and conditions of every AI platform you use. Otherwise, you might end up getting more legal trouble in the future than you'd like. And like I shared with you in the text generation part of this masterclass, you can easily get those terms and conditions and privacy policy laws and then get the AI to summarize it for you. Since the advent of social media, this has sort of blurred the lines of what's real and fake. We would see feeds and assume, okay, that person must be rich or happy without really knowing the real story behind the camera. So at the end of the day, social media is all curated. The person uploading that video or photo is uploading what they want the world to see. But now with AI, that line is only going to get harder to define. From deepfakes of public figures to entirely fabricated news stories, it's becoming really difficult to distinguish between what's real and what's fake. This has already happened with AI images, blog posts, and voiceovers, but now with AI video generation coming into the picture, potential for misuse of AI tools in political propaganda or disinformation campaigns or even identity theft will be something we all need to be collectively wary of. This isn't just an issue of creating non-existent people in AI images, but using this tech has the potential to disrupt democratic processes, as fake videos of political figures saying or doing harmful things could be used to influence elections or even fuel social unrest. And even if it isn't as grand as that, the democratization of these AI tools is giving even a teenager the ability to create fake videos of a person doing obscene acts or saying something they've never said. So with this in line, it's really important for people to start being a little bit more alert about what kind of images, videos, and things that they're digesting. So segueing from the topic of not being able to identify what's real and fake, there's also the issue of disinformation, as I mentioned earlier. While AI is definitely helping people expand their imagination and get their ideas out there, the truth is we've now opened Pandora's box to a whole slew of problems when it comes to fake news, deep fake abuse, and other real dangerous issues. A big consideration moving forward with AI is the risk of growing disinformation. In fact, there's already plenty of studies already showing that since the rise of AI to the public, disinformation has become amplified. As the age of AI comes into picture, there's going to be a greater need to be more conscious of the type of content you are allowing yourself to watch, to read, to listen to, and always being alert that there's a potential and possibility that whatever content you're digesting may have been generated by AI. Since the advent of social media, this has sort of blurred the lines of what's real and fake. We would see feeds and assume, okay, that person must be rich or happy without really knowing the real story behind the camera. So at the end of the day, social media is all curated. The person uploading that video or photo is uploading what they want the world to see. But now with AI, that line is only going to get harder to define. From deepfakes of public figures to entirely fabricated news stories, it's becoming really difficult to distinguish between what's real and what's fake. This has already happened with AI images, blog posts, and voiceovers, but now with AI video generation coming into the picture, potential for misuse of AI tools in political propaganda or disinformation campaigns or even identity theft will be something we all need to be collectively wary of. This isn't just an issue of creating non-existent people in AI images, but using this tech has the potential to disrupt democratic processes, as fake videos of political figures saying or doing harmful things could be used to influence elections or even fuel social unrest. And even if it isn't as grand as that, the democratization of these AI tools is giving even a teenager the ability to create fake videos of a person doing obscene acts or saying something they've never said. So with this in line, it's really important for people to start being a little bit more alert about what kind of images, videos, and things that they're digesting. So segueing from the topic of not being able to identify what's real and fake, there's also the issue of disinformation, as I mentioned earlier. While AI is definitely helping people expand their imagination and get their ideas out there, the truth is we've now opened Pandora's box to a whole slew of problems when it comes to fake news, deep fake abuse, and other real dangerous issues. A big consideration moving forward with AI is the risk of growing disinformation. In fact, there's already plenty of studies already showing that since the rise of AI to the public, disinformation has become amplified. As the age of AI comes into picture, there's going to be a greater need to be more conscious of the type of content you are allowing yourself to watch, to read, to listen to, and always being alert that there's a potential and possibility that whatever content you're digesting may have been generated by AI. Sadly, the misuse, or should I say the ignorant use of AI, doesn't seem like it'll disappear anytime soon. Much like the digital social media boom, there are going to be bad players in the game that ruin it for the rest. And right now, AI is still heavily unregulated, and only time will tell what will come out of it. But in the meantime, if you're in this course, it's worth doing your best to be aware and use generative AI responsibly. And so, some key things you need to always remember when using AI are to number one, educate yourself. Make sure you know how generative AI works, what it can do, what it can't do. But not only that, learn what it means to use AI. But not only that, learn what it means to use AI responsibly, just like how you're doing right now in this course. If you're watching this course or you're taking this class in general, you're already doing your part to stay ahead. Number two, try to stay updated. Stay on top of the latest developments in AI, The rules and regulations are always changing, so make sure that you can be on top of that as well. And by staying updated with what's going on, it's only going to help you navigate this wild, wild west of AI much better. Make sure to check out the appendix section at the end of this course to learn how you can stay ahead as well. Number 3, maintain human oversight. What makes generative AI powerful is its collaborative nature. As I mentioned plenty of times throughout the course, think of AI as a partner, not as a replacement. Work together with its outputs. Always keep an eye on the results and do your part to ensure what you're getting is actually accurate, valid, or on point. And with the earlier point being said, manage your expectations. Remember, Gen AI is not perfect. In fact, it's nowhere near perfect right now. Sure, it's getting better year by year, but we're still at that nascent stage of where AI could be. It's bound to make errors or create undesired outputs, and it's not meant to replace anything that you do, but rather enhance it. So don't be expecting some perfection and just copying and pasting it immediately. Also, learn to be more conscious of data privacy laws. Always be conscious of these laws and regulations, ensuring that any information that you input into an LLM is permitted. If you're using AI assistants like ChatGPT, Gemini, or anything else for your organization or company that you're working with, or even for your own, make sure that you have the permission from the company put in specific types of data. If you don't, then be wary of the consequences. In the end, these AI platforms are privately owned companies. This means whatever data you throw at it can be used or sold if they desire. So make sure not to put any sensitive data into it. And finally, as I spoke about at the start of this section, take into account the possible biases and problems that AI actually does have. Remember, AIs are trained by humans, and humans are full of biases and agendas. So whatever the case may be, and whatever AI you're using, it's bound to have its problems and issues in terms of the biases that it holds, so don't just take everything that it puts out as face value. Video has probably become one of the most engaging mediums that modern man consumes today. I mean, take this course itself. It's a video. This is why, as pleasing as creating cool art may seem, what if you could take that further? What if you could make those images move? This is video generation. In this section, you'll learn about video generation and what it's all about. Then you'll uncover the tool of Runway, a leader in the AI video generation space, understanding how to get started and using the tool. And finally, you'll then dive into the platform, learning how to generate a video using text, images, and other video itself. This sounds like a lot of visual fun, so let's begin. So you've come this far and learned everything you really need to know about generative AI. But with technology evolving every single day, the question is, what can we expect for the future? In this section, I'll go through the 7 key stages of AI so we can get a better idea of where we're currently at, and then I'll talk about prompting itself and where it's expected to be headed, and finally, take a closer look at the near future, examining the emerging trends in AI to come. So when it comes to AI, the question always has been on everyone's mind. Will AI replace us? While that definitely is a worry to have for the future, right now you can rest at ease because if we're looking at the 7 stages of AI, we're still not at a place where AI will completely eliminate and replace us. So what are the 7 stages of AI? The first, we start off with rule-based. And so this stage came about roughly in the 1970s, and this is when AI was programmed with a set of rules to follow. moving forward into the 2000s, we then got the second stage of AI called context awareness, which is when AI learned from past interactions and used that knowledge to improve performance. Then roughly around the 2010s, we entered the domain-specific mastery stage, which is when AI learned from highly specific domain knowledge and was able to give outputs specific to that domain. And ever since the 2020s, we have now entered the stage 4, which is thinking and reasoning stage. This is where AI can think and reason like humans, understanding complex concepts. So just as a note, as I'm recording this video, this is where we're currently at. Now, if we predict a little bit more into the future, then we'll move into stage 5, which is AGI, or Artificial General Intelligence. And at this point, AI will have intelligence at the same level of a human, able to replace us. And then you go a little bit further into that, then you have ASI, which is the Artificial Super Intelligence stage. And this is when AI will potentially surpass human intelligence in all areas, able to outperform the greatest minds on Earth. And then finally, as AI continues to advance, we will then reach a point of singularity. So this is when AI will have become so advanced that humans are unable to control it. And this is predicted to be reached roughly about 2045. But there are some people, some experts that do note it may come far faster than we expected. So if you look back at all of the stages, we are currently at stage 4, thinking and reasoning. And it's expected that perhaps within the next few years, we might even reach the stage of AGI. So while we are far closer to reaching a point where AI will begin to replace us, as of right now, I don't really see that happening until for the next few years. This is one of the reasons why it's so important for you to learn about AI and how to leverage it, because at the end of the day, as the quote goes, AI will not replace humans, but humans that use AI will replace those who don't. While some believe that prompting will no longer exist in a few years, as AI gets more advanced and we move into multimodal prompting, I don't think this to be completely true. So why is this? Because we're always going to need to know how to interact with AI in some form or manner. The only difference is that this is going to become more simplified, an improved user experience, and just probably less reliant on the typical text prompting. Prompting is going to become more than just text inputs, it's going to become interactive. And so as I noted earlier, this is going to involve a multimodal experience. This refers to the integration of different types of data inputs from text, images, audio, and video to guide the large language models. We're going to be seeing more than just text to image, text to audio, text to video. Instead, in the future, prompting will be something that will just mix all of them together, where you're going to have image to text, audio to images, video to audio, image to video, and all sorts of different ways to interact with the AI and give it some sort of instruction. Regardless of what kind of medium you use to insert into the AI, there's always going to be a need to give some sort of text input of instructions, whether that be through typing or through vocal command. And so it's so important to just know the fundamentals of prompting so that in the future, you can just speak with AI as fluidly as possible. So in the last few years, we've been seeing AI, specifically generative AI, boom and transform society in so many ways, whether it be in the workplace, whether it be for our personal tasks, or just having our devices, our everyday devices from our computers to our smartphones, have some form of AI integrated into it. As we move forward, some of the emerging trends we can take note of are things like multimodal AI. Multimodal AI, we're already seeing it happen where it's a mix of using different forms of mediums, such as text, images, audio, video, code, data, and then getting that to then bring out another similar output, right? So in the past, we used to only think about AI as oh, you put in some text and you get some text out, right? But now we can do, you put in some text, or you put in some images, or you can put in some audio to then get another text format, or another image format, or another video format, or another audio format. And so this is pretty commonplace right now. And as of recording this video, we're going to now start seeing more AI video generation happening. But as we move forward into the years, I can see this becoming very commonplace. And then another emerging trend to take note of is the AI augmented workforce. And as we move forward into the next few years, we can expect many companies to expect their employees to understand and leverage different AI tools. And that way, the workplace will be a bit smaller because there will be less need for having so many employees, but instead, those few employees will be expected to be able to use the right AI tools, get the job done. And then another emerging trend to take note of, which I don't see happening until the next 3 to 5 years, is neural interfaces. So you have companies like Elon Musk's Neuralink doing this, but as we move forward into the future, brain-computer interfaces will rise up, and this will allow people to directly engage with AI systems. So whether or not that's communicating through our thoughts, or just simply being able to take action on the computer or on some sort of interface via our brains. And another trend that I am beginning to take note of for the last year or so is the rise of AI agents. For the last 2 or 3 years, we got AI assistants like ChatGPT and other LLM platforms making waves all over the internet as well as in the workplace. But steadily moving forward, I can see these AI assistants becoming almost redundant as we start seeing a rise of AI agents. Now, AI agents represent a more advanced and autonomous form of automation, where they're designed to perform specific tasks and processes that require very minimal human intervention. These AI agents are going to be able to handle complex operations, make decisions based off of the data that it knows, and they're also going to be able to interact with different multiple systems to provide a very great user experience. Now, some key differences between AI assistants to AI agents are, with the latter, you can operate independently with minimal human intervention, as I noted. But these AI agents will be able to learn and adapt to new information and environments pretty seamlessly, and they're going to be able to make decisions without you really having to tell them or feed them much information, because they're already going to learn from all of these past decisions they've made and know exactly what to do. And on top of that, they're going to be highly scalable. You can already start seeing the AI agent ecosystem growing these years. We're already beginning to see a lot of these AI agent platforms coming out, where some you can create your own, or others where you can get it to do a specific task, for example, AI agent software for marketing teams. And so these AI agents are going to be able to do a lot of the work that would often be taken care of by people. So as of recording this video, it's projected that this AI agent marketplace is going to rise roughly to about $28 billion by 2028. I want to introduce Mayomi, which is a brand I've created to helping you master your minutes in the age of AI. The aim here is to help boost your AI literacy through courses like this, through different ebooks that I've created, as well as various online content that you can find on YouTube or LinkedIn. Now, you can learn more about Mayomi by visiting www.mayomi.ai, and you'll find a plethora of different bundles and packs to learn the building blocks of AI and beyond. Now, beyond education, I also work with businesses to optimize and automate workflows. And if you want some training and consulting, you can contact me directly by going to my LinkedIn and connecting with me there.